have the continuation of our country presentations today. Member states and partner institutions. All pleasure to welcome you for the second day of this conference. We hope you had a very refreshing night. Djibouti is not as hot as it should be, so it's a very pleasant weather here, and hope you had not put on the fans or the ACs and consume much energy because the weather is very pleasant. Having said that, yesterday plenary discussion where different questions were raised, reflections were forwarded, and some key recommendations or consensus was reached on the Djibouti Declaration on the different components of education for refugees, returnees, and host communities, and also on the role of IGAD as a regional organization and member states, especially when it comes to teachers training, what would be the key role of the IGAD vis-a-vis the member states, and then the complementarity that underlies the cooperation between and among IGAD and member states. And then we had presentations by countries. I think 5 member states made presentations. We had very, very nice sessions, informative sessions, where we learned a lot from the presentations of our member states. A lot has been achieved, in the implementation of the Djibouti Declaration, and also the key features of the coastal plan of action for education in the different member states. And I think I don't go into the details. All the participants were very much impressed by the volume of work that has been done over the last 4 years in the implementation of the Djibouti Declaration and the coastal plans of action. One very important reflection that priority activities in the new year, most probably in the first quarter or the second quarter of the new year, to take stock of the country coastal plans of action, and then
a consultant. Unfortunately, he has COVID, so wish him a quick recovery. So let's get started with our presentation. I have you. I just gave a background to, if somebody help me with it. Yes. Wow, they're so nice. That's not me. I'm not sure with this one, but okay. Going back to the history of refugees, 1967 is the first refugee camp established in Sudan. So in terms of the history and how the Sudanese government or Sudanese people dealing with refugees, we have a long history of that one. So it's more than 50 years in accommodating and accepting our brothers and sisters from neighboring countries. Currently, we have more than 20 refugee camps in the country. This is already identified. We have, these are mainly in the eastern part. Right now, we also have like 9 more in the southern borders. As IGAD mentioned, I'm just going to focus more into the numbers because I see there's a lot of people talked yesterday about the numbers. And to me, we all have, if you look at the presentation of yesterday and my presentation, and I'm sure that's my colleague from Uganda, we have very similar situation. It's very small minor differences here and there. So overall, we have the 14 million. In Sudan right now, according to the records, the registered one are more than 1.2 million refugees. Also, our government estimation is around more than 2.5 because the majority of the refugees are not registered. And the 2/3 of the entire population, the refugees, are from South Sudan or brothers from South Sudan. And for them, this is their second home. So most of them, they just return back to the neighborhoods where they used to live before the secession of the South in 2011. They go back to their businesses, they go back to the areas that they are familiar with. We also have in IDP camps, especially in the western part of Sudan, in Darfur, we have like 1.8. And now, after the signing of the peace agreement in 2020, we received around 700,000 returnees. Add to all that, we have 3.5 million kids out of school right now. Okay? The reason I'm putting the numbers here, you'll see in the next slide, is I'm just trying to link it with the context that we're working in right now in Sudan, okay? In 2013, we had the conflict in South Sudan, so we start having people coming. In 2014, we have the first Asylum Act, not actually the first, is a revised Asylum Act, where we have the access to basic schools for all refugees, kids. The 2017 is a declaration, a Djibouti declaration. Between 2017 and now, if you take out 2020 as COVID, this is, I think there is no business in 2020. The only things we have in Sudan is the Juba Peace Agreement, okay? Between that time and 2021, where we stand right now, we see like we have change in the government, we have a new government on board. Last October, we have a military coup, then we have a political agreement. So this is the context that we're working in. So the change of the leadership, the change of the system, the change of the policies, this is all affects the service delivery to our kids and also to the children of our brothers and sisters from neighboring countries, okay? In education, we have the National Education Strategic Plan. We build it around the 3 pillars, the access, the quality, and the system strengthening. I see some of the presentation yesterday, also people were talking about equity, but we all, I think we were concerned about access and equality as key things. And one of the objectives actually is the integration of the refugee children into our education system. If you can go to the second slide, you will see our commitment to the declaration. This is very clear to us, and also we have this costed plan. But I just have a question about these costed plans. We all have costed plans. Do we have finance to these costed plans? So to me, it's not about just a plan. A plan, everybody can develop a very nice, fancy plan, but is it implementable? Do we have enough finance to implement these plans? So this is, I think, a message to our partners is if we can't mobilize more resources, unfortunately, our plan is just going to be like just a plan. You know, it's just someone a shovel or somebody's desktop, okay? So that's why in our recommendation, we mentioned the importance of mobilizing more resources to finance the plan and other plans. So this is already there in our documents, but as I mentioned, due to the change in the government, the political situation, and also the economic situations as a result, we have the country passed through a very difficult economic reforms, and that has impacts on the service delivery in general and in education in particular. So the plan, actually, we have the consultative approach. We bring on board everybody, like PTAs, we bring in the students, we have our partners there, we have the government. So in a very, very consultative manner, that's how we develop the plan. So everybody has a stake, everybody has his voice heard there. Next. Okay, I like the comment from the professors from Addis Ababa University yesterday when he said, okay, let's so thank you for the tip, okay? I just tried to put it here in this format. This is how far we went through the Djibouti Declaration, okay? In terms of the regional quality standards, I think some of these regional objectives it needs quite some time. I need more work on the ground, you know. We need to have separate forums, maybe separate set of technical groups to work around these issues. Right now, as part of the change in the system, we're moving from 11 years to 12 years. And accordingly, we also have to go through a very tough curriculum reform as well. That's created a lot of noise in the last couple of years, but the government is committed to continue the reform. So we hope by completing this exercise, we'll have more room to talk more about the standards and the quality standards. The regional skills development for refugees, actually we have a couple of projects financed by some of our partners, GIZ and UNHCR and others. And we have also partners with the Ministry of Labor into developing a framework to accommodate the skills and development, not only for refugees, but for the entire system. As you know, we have we have a high rate of unemployment in the country. So it's very important to look into these elements. Inclusion, as I mentioned before, it's already there, long time, even before the Djibouti Declaration. The accreditation as well, we started this by actually right now start the recognition of the teachers who are teaching at the IDP camps, especially in the south borders with the South Sudanese refugees, and also with some of the teachers in the eastern part with the Tigray from Ethiopia. Finance, partnership, and monitoring. We are tapping into a number of windows. This is the first time for Sudan to apply for IDA 19 before 2019. As you know, for the economic sanctions, when the country is not benefiting from these different opportunities and windows. But unfortunately, after the military coup in October, everything is stopped, you know. All the partners, they stopped engaging with the government, especially the key players, the IGAD, the World Bank, and the FDB, and also the European Union. But now we hope to resume our communication with these key players to mobilize more resources to finance our education projects, and also the IDA is mainly for refugees and host communities. We already developed, we have our project documents ready before October. We are looking at 150 million at that time, but we hope in this in this coming months or so, we resume our work and we get the approval before the end of the fiscal year. Okay, here are some of the example of what we are doing is like right now the Minister of Education is taking full responsibility of the education system, the education of the refugees, in camps, out camps, in host communities, everywhere. Before it is more left to the Commission of Refugees, but right now it's a full responsibility and more of moving very quickly into the integration elements, okay? We continue with these MNE systems, making sure that's we are having our hands and eyes on the schools and the process inside. The coordination also is one of the things that we are start establishing a small core group to look into refugee education. Now the ministry is establishing a unit fully responsible of refugees and host communities and IDPs. We also moving more into now we are developing a national teacher training strategy in which we're going to put all these the standards and the quality and the frame for that one. It's financed and sponsored by our partners in UNICEF and also the British Council and others. Also, we have intervention in alternative education programs and also to vet. It's very crucial, I think, for us to look into the technical and vocational, especially if we're link it to the skills and development. It's very important to actually the civilian government actually is very keen about this sector, and our aim is to increase the enrollment from 4% to reach like 10, 20 in the next 10 years, okay? It's very important for the development of the country, so that's why I put more emphasis on the TVET. Next. Okay, continue our work with our partners. GIZ, we have some interventions in areas looking into the training, teacher training. We also have training programs, teaching methodologies. We also the psychosocial support training packages to teachers working specifically in IDPs, refugees camps, and also in host communities is very essential. This is the first time to introduce this package. For us, it's very crucial to have it into the system. Again, we continue our coordination. We look into the support from UNHCR. They sponsor a couple of workshops here and there, depends on the situation, bringing all different partners in the areas, looking into formal and non-formal education. Okay, I just want to mention something here. Yesterday, people talk about the issue of teaching language or instruction language. In Sudan, we managed to translate the entire curriculum from Arabic to English. So there's a room for those who can't understand Arabic. If they can use also the English language. Okay, this is very important to mention. We have the certification of more than 400 teachers. We have agreements with UNHCR, partnership agreements. I just want to highlight the importance of engaging the PTAs, the Parent-Teacher Association, into the process, because we rely heavily on their contribution in Sudan, especially in host communities. Okay, the PTAs are the one taking the burden. Unfortunately, because of the limited resources coming from the government, they mobilize the resources to take care of the school, regardless of the number and the ethnicity or the background of the kids inside the school. So it is very important to have them on board in the process. So that's why we have like not a degree, it's more of like trying to regulate the position of the PTA into the structure of the system through different projects. Like we have grants from the GBE, Global Partnership for Education. We have a school grant that's merely to enhance and to support the schools through the PTA and the members. Yes. I'm not going to focus more into the table because the numbers are still updating the information. This is 2019. You can see the different states. We still have other missings because of the political change, the leadership change at the different levels. You know, sometimes you call the school, they said everybody's moved from the positions. So in the last 2 years, we have serious management issues. So. But we do have information. You'll see later, this is segregated by gender, secondary school. Okay, and this is the situation in terms of the classroom habilitation and the fences, latrines, the teacher training, and children out of schools, yeah. We're going to share this presentation, I think, with the secretariat, so if anybody is interested into the numbers for just comparing or looking into or digging deeper, feel free to do so. Here are some of the challenges, which are not different from what I heard yesterday from the different delegates, especially from my brother from South Sudan. He has a very long list of challenges, so I'm just trying to limit it here. I'm sure that you'll see the similarities there. Big number of out-of-school kids, 3.5. Still, we have continuous flow of refugees and IDBs because last month we have some conflict in the western part of Sudan, or conflict there. So we're expecting more people fleeing the country to Chad, and also some are moved to the IDB in the Genoa city. Poor infrastructure. When I talk about poor infrastructure, I mean here the infrastructure in terms of the health facility, because education linked, as you all know, to health, linked to clean water, access to paved roads, and so on. So very poor infrastructure and very poor school environment as well. We have a shortage of textbooks, and I'm going to give you an example of what's happened as a political situation that's going on. We have big contracts with one of the suppliers from India, and because of the changes in the government and on some of the tribes blocked the road from the port to the capital and to the rest of Sudan in September. So the suppliers stopped printing and supplying the textbooks. In October, we have the military coup. The World Bank decided to postpone all activities. So as a result, we kept everything is hostage right now there in India, okay? We have to resume communicating with this printing house to have the books in the country. We hope to get it in October. It's for all kids in Sudan, including IDBs and refugees and all. So we have more than 5 million copies waiting there. So that's in terms of the challenges. Okay, this is the effects of the COVID on the school closure and the school closure in Sudan. Okay, you'll see the numbers here. We have estimated like 120,000 children in Sudan that's going to drop out. And in terms of the learning loss for Sudan, and there's going to be like, if you look at the number, I'm not sure if people in the back can see this, the slide on the left. This is from the World Bank study, okay, and it's very clear the impact of COVID on education and learning loss in Sudan. And I'm sure this is also applied to most of the students in our region. So I don't think Sudan is an exception. Yeah. Next. This is part of the school environment that we talked about. It's very similar to what I saw yesterday from my friends and colleagues from South Sudan. The one in the up corner right side is IDB actually. You know, we don't have even enough seats and stuff. So we have one slide left. So this is the way forward for Sudan. It's first we show our commitment. This is for sure. We're going to continue our commitments to the declaration, also to pledges. We have also other commitments, not only this the Djibouti declaration, as you know. It's important to have these strong linkages between the communities and the guests or refugees here, okay? It's important also to expand the service. It's important to ensure proper financing. Luckily, the Ministry of Finance increased the finance to education last year. Okay, this is a good signal, moving in the right direction, but still, it's very, very small amount that's allocated to education. So that's why it's important to talk about mobilizing more resources to the education sector in general. Education opportunity for sure, that's moving to the integration, we'll continue that. The coordination is very crucial. The commitment of partners, as I said, sometimes unfortunately, we keep the kids hostage as a result of the political moves, which is one of the risks that I think we are facing in the region. Also, in terms of the training, the communities, the BTAs, and the teachers, we have to continue on that one, investing more into TVET. And I would like also here to mention and to thank our our universities. We have 3 universities that offer scholarship. I think we have Professor Hinuti is the Vice Chancellor of African University. They are offering like 200 scholarships for refugees and host communities. We also have the students from Ahfad University. They're also offering scholarships. We have University of Khartoum offered like 100 scholarships and I'm sure that this is going to continue. I have a short discussion with my colleagues from higher education. They also try to mobilize other government and non-government universities to offer more scholarships. So this trend, we're going to continue on that, offering scholarships to refugees and IDPs and our host communities. We also would like to move more into this holistic approach. Right now, people are just talking about education, enrollment, retention, dropouts, and so on. We need to also make sure that to have our other sectors on board. Having the wash on board, we have nutrition, we have the health sector on board. So we can, when we provide the service, we ensure that we are covering everything. So I think that's all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the representative from Sudan, for the presentation. I think in the interest of time, let's have comments or supplements to this such that we can move forward. Anybody? Yes, please.
Yes, Chair. I thought, well, excuse me. Yes, I thought, actually, sorry, we shared the chair. So anyway, it is okay. I thought we have another presentation from Uganda before we start to discuss or before we solicit for comments,
Your Excellency, can I explain this dual chairship? We have the parent chair, and then we want to redistribute the power. So we invited Uganda to chair this specific session, and then you conduct us through all the sessions. Thank you.
Are we having Uganda to present right now, or we are getting comments from Sudan?
We need to have another presentation, Uganda, and then we have a general discussion on the...
Okay, thank you so much. So Uganda, get prepared, please. Members of this conference, happy to introduce Uganda, but I bring greetings from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. We have delegates from Uganda, and we are really seated together. Allow me to introduce them within this short time. I have Mr. Bialuhang Godfrey from the Office of the Prime Minister, Bialuhang Godfrey. I have Ms. Joyce Kirunda from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Joy Kirunda. Okay. I have Joseph Kajumba from Ministry of Education and Sports. He's the one presenting. I have Annette Kajura from Ministry of Education and Sports. Annette, stand up for recognition, yes. Okay. I have Divine Kaneza, teacher, is a refugee teacher. Then I've got Leos, refugee student. I have Moses Omara from IGAD, that is representative of IGAD. And then I'm Joseph Chikomeko, Commissioner, Minister of Education and Sports. Mr. Kajumba, please, in the interest of time, can you go on with the presentation?
Thank you so much, Chair. IGAD Secretariat, delegations from the member states, ladies and gentlemen. Ours is a presentation I'm going to take us through, and starting from the background, Uganda has been hosting and is actually hosting refugees since 1947. If you could recall, the last time we were here in 2017, we had 1,154,000. 3 years down the road, we now have 1,549,000, an increase of about 400,000. These are from the same countries which we all know, our neighbors, Southern Sudan, DRC, and others. So the challenges that have been existing since that time have now increased in magnitude. We are working with 81% of women and children of the total population of 1.5 million. We are, of those, 52% are females, 58% are below 18 years, 23% are youths. We need to take note here, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a very, very big constituency rather. If we talk about 23% being youths, in real terms, these are about 360,000 youths we have to work with. Of these, many are not going to school. We're also working with 26.7% of unaccompanied minors. These are children or household headed by children or people who are young. And of course, we have the 3% elderly persons. These are people who may not be able to support the rest of the community. We are drawing all these statistics from cooperation by the organizations we are working with, the UNHCR and others, and that infographic display can help us digest and solicit for additional statistics. How far have we gone? What have we done? Right from the beginning of the implementation, we do have the National Development Plan in the country. Within this plan, we've made sure that all the departments and agencies of the government are mainstreaming refugee activities within their plans, their departmental plans or their ministry plans. And this does not leave out the refugee issues. Drilling down, we have adopted a project implementation action plan modality whereby all the MDAs, the ministries, departments and agencies, including the local governments, are making sure that they have the refugee education embedded. We have got the education response plan, and we're happy to note that in the region, I think we're the first to have this plan in 2018, and that's when it was launched by the minister and the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda, and it has been in operation until June this year. We are now into the next phase of another plan. The other one expired in June this year. We've kick-started the efforts to do another plan, and we believe that by March next year it will be ready. All the 12 local governments that do host refugees are included in this plan, and all of them are on the road to making their individual plans as local government. So far, 8 have finished, but another 4 are yet to finalize to accomplish this task. We will thank GIZ for this support because we've been able to make sure that it is done. But the emphasis, like our colleague from Sudan has let us know, is on the access, building infrastructure, going to school, provision of teachers, quality, making sure that education and training is facilitated effectively in an effective manner, and system strengthening, making sure that support or supervision and the activities that go with ensuring that the systems run well are well emphasized in these plans. We've had with a concern, like I've mentioned, that we do have 360,000 youths. Some of these go to school, but others do not. When you look at the scholarships that are provided, for last year alone, we got only 431 in an entire year, from a sea of 367 youths in a year, 431 scholarships. The implication is that the opportunities are very, very minimal in this area, and we need to put a lot of concerted efforts to ensure that we do have provisions for scholarship programs to enable these youths access higher education. They have been able to access education in Uganda, and in a very few cases, they have been able to attain education outside the country. This has been under the DAFI project, but a few others have been able to extend this service. But still, within the line of the post-primary, we've been able to have 1,820 students who have enrolled in vocational education and training. But of these, only 915 are female. Considering the big number of the youths, as I've been indicating, and remember these are the leaders of tomorrow, we still have a very big challenge, as we can see. The vocational institutions are few, but also the enrollments are few. And these areas are expensive to run, like we all know. Technical related, professional or practical related trades are difficult and expensive to finance. So this imposes another additional task for us. There are skills development opportunities that are being provided by the development partners, and we really thank them so much. And we've been able to churn out some few artisans that I'll be demonstrating a little later. These are assessed by the Directorate of Industrial Training. Once somebody acquires a skill, say for 3 months or 6 months, an assessment is done by the Directorate of Industrial Training, and this enables this particular individual to earn a certificate. Some of them, once they get this preliminary certificate, have preferred to go and begin to work, although in a few cases some have come back to acquire this additional certification. This means that these shorter modular programs are very, very popular, because once somebody has got a basic skill, he feels or she feels that he should now go to the world of work. This I've indicated, and there are also provisions, the opportunities for somebody who has attained this short modular program to come back and go for an extended long time additional training. But these are normally very few, since they already have some beginnings, so they're already beginning to work to earn a living. Some do not want to come back and continue into the formal system. But if you have come back, and this to our appreciation and happiness has yielded some results. We believe that these now will be the engines of growth and development as they continue pursuing higher qualification in these skilled areas. When we look at the popular programs, we see leather works, working with making shoes, wallets, belts, one of the popular programs. Motorcycle mechanics. In Uganda, we do have a lot of motorcycle transport, and definitely they do break down frequently, and these are some of the society desires that once something has broken down, it needs to be repaired. So it's very, very attractive. Tailoring and cutting garments, and this is very popular with the female or male or female or girls. Bakery and cooking, I don't know whether because female are very attracted to this because of being mothers, but that's another popular one. Agriculture, beads production, and for men, bricklaying, metal fabrication is also, those are they are popular for them. Maybe an additional trade for the ladies is the hairdressing, and I think for justifiably so. So these are the programs which we're implementing majorly with the short modularized programs and the long one. And they've been embraced by some, but we need to do more, because the vocational schools are only 6 in our settlements, the 12 settlements. And as I've indicated, they require more funding, and because of the expensive equipment and tools that are required. But also we need to urge the learners to go and embrace this type of training. A few pictures to that effect. That's one of the settlements in the north, in Parabek. Parabek is northern Uganda. That's one of the classes, one of the groups that are undertaking models training in motorcycle, automobile repair. They have an opportunity to utilize the space outside. The ladies, as you could see, they are prominent in that area of bakery or cooking. You can see the shed is improvised. Normally under such training, with such training, you should ideally be in a room, or in a location, on a site where there is adequate space, typical of probably the modern or good bakery or food processing areas. But because of resources, we cannot afford those state-of-the-art facilities. But they are improvised, and as you can see, the equipment is being shared by very many. The tailoring is very prominent. Here, this is an area where really actually do well. We do have the sewing machines in good numbers, whatever these institutions are. And the female are really very, very active, and they embrace it. You can see one female on the right side is involved in the motorcycle. I think the one bedding down, right down. So meaning that some of these trades, whereas they're male-dominated, but also the female also find their way down there to take part. Okay, that's a class doing bid. You know what bids are? They're using variety of applications. And that's a class for the building construction and concrete practice. It's an outdoor activity. You can ably see that adequate safety and protection measures are being put by purposes of headgear and foot. And that's another way of making sure that they have a semblance of what is likely to be in the world of work. Now, the Uganda Higher Education Qualification Framework is already in place since 2016. This provides a basis for benchmarking qualifications in the Uganda education area. It harmonizes the nomenclature for higher education qualifications in Uganda, and also provides a basis for the comparability of qualifications obtained in Uganda with those obtained elsewhere, and vice versa among others. We as a country have developed this framework. We believe that it's useful if somebody starts with a certificate, with a non-formal program. He can graduate, he can go on into a lengthier formal program, maybe a certificate. From a certificate, somebody can enter into can join a diploma program, and after diploma program, somebody can do a degree as may desire. So this framework enables to join at various levels, depending on where you're coming from. It's not necessarily that somebody must climb vertically academically first, but it also has provisions that if somebody has started with a modularized program, getting to a formal program can be able to attain the highest level that is possible. A case in point, I would let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that Uganda did have construct, with the support from Japan, of course, a bridge across River Nile. The second, since the one of 1954 was already very old. But one of the project coordinators, a Ugandan on that project, had gone through a system whereby he started with a certificate after ordinary level, went to a diploma, from a diploma to higher diploma and eventually to degree, and he was coordinating that project. So it's possible even for other learners to access and climb higher in that area. We are glad that with that contribution as part of the Uganda, the East African Qualification Framework will help us to harmonize across the region. The TVET Qualification Framework is also under the way, and when the policy was launched in 2019, this will now enable us to move faster, and as I've indicated, we shall be able to streamline the various qualifications, and we shall be able to feed within the East African Qualification Framework. Here, actually, the recognition of prior learning, which is attained through incremental attainment of skills, is highly embraced. We do have an existing accreditation system. Within crisis contexts, people leave home, or people leave their home countries, sometimes forgetting or not able to pick their qualifications, and others stop at various levels. But when they come to Uganda, there is provision that if somebody has, for example, done P7 or the equivalent of grade 8 for some countries, somebody is able to have his qualifications equated to the national system. Because of the different education system from DRC, which is Anglophone, and others, when somebody comes with whatever document, with whatever qualification, there is a provision for that qualification to be equated with the Ugandan, at the Ugandan level, at the level in Uganda that is appropriate. This is done by the National Examinations Board. It works with the national bodies in those countries of origin, and it's possible. Sometimes it requires even translation from either French to English or from Arabic to English, and then the translation, and then the equation can be done. For the technical or for the vocational, the UBUTEB, the Uganda Business Technical and Education Examinations Board does that, and the Directorate of Industry Training for the skills. So there is a lot of range of opportunities that it doesn't matter what you come with. Once you come to Uganda, there's an opportunity for those levels to be equated, as long as they are completed. And at the national or the tertiary level, or at the higher of the tertiary level, it's possible. It's done by the National Council of Higher Education. So those who want to pursue university, or those who did university programs or tertiary program, diplomas and above, it's possible to have them equated by the National Council for Higher Education. But in all these, we've learned that issues of protection are very important and very critical, and we work very, very closely with all the organizations to ensure that the safety and protection of the people whose documents are being equated is observed. Reason is, sometimes people in flight will not like to clearly identify wherever they are, so this is done in a manner that does not jeopardize their security. Uganda conceived a project of 90 million, which is a loan. But alongside this project, we've received a grant of $60 million. And we're happy that part of this is going to go towards the equation and certification. It has always been a challenge, sometimes because of the financial requirements to do the equation, because it requires to sign, to swear an oath, and then the various corresponding charges that have barred many learners from accessing their documentation. But under this project, this is going to be done, and efforts are being made to ensure that the streamlining is done and the opportunities are available to the learners who benefit from them. Under the Dr. Deep project, we all know the Dr. Deep in all our countries. We've had schools being constructed, including refugee host areas. But still under this project of the Uganda Secondary School Expansion Project, we shall also have education institutions and schools in the refugee settlements be constructed. This is all going towards supporting the learners access higher education. We are happy that the CRRF Secretariat is supporting the alignment of action of our actions into the refugee response plans. We are happy that the local governments have been oriented and are integrating the cross-cutting issues into the refugee intervention within the local governments. We are glad that GIZ has supported this effort, and we are thinking forward as a country. What will happen, or what can happen, probably when this support is not there? This is when the Uganda government has started to share the burden by making transitional elements. Some of these first infrastructure, the schools that are being constructed, are being handed over to government. The implication is that much as this has been built, much as the teachers are being paid for, when the support goes, the government of the Republic of Uganda will take responsibility. This is a very, very tough challenge, but it's a transitional arrangement the government has taken on in incremental terms. We've done what we call school coding. School coding meaning payment of teachers in these schools that are being built by the partners. So as a government, this is something which the Uganda government has taken on, and it's a very, very tough considering the events. We thank the ILO for the supporting our local governments to ensure that these plans, the local government plans, have got refugee issues within them. We have challenges for sure. The financial resources is one of them, as we know. As of June this last year, 32.5% of the ERP is the Education Response Plan total estimated cost of 389 million had been realized and spent. If it's only 32.5%, that means there is a very, very big gap of about 67.5%. Which needed to be funding. That means that there is a gap that needs to be addressed by the partners to support the existing government. I've already indicated that the government is already sharing its part of its burden. So I think it's now time for us to come, for other people to come in. COVID-19. Uganda has had a very long and prolonged school closure, coming to almost 2 years. And this has not spared the refugee children, who are numbering about 450, and these also include youths. They roam, they play, they get tired of playing, and then go into other activities. And as a result, teenage pregnancies have increased, and the lack of economic activities and effective occupation of these people have also led to breaking the gender norms. And here the girls have been the biggest victims, and I think this is a very big challenge for us. As I've indicated, from the ERP, only that 126 million was realized. We are yet to conduct the financial tracking of this year. It's one thing costing, and another realizing what you've costed. And this is the tracking which needs to be done. It was done last year, but now this year it's yet to be done, to see how much of those pledges are going to have yielded results. Uganda did the Solidarity Summit in 2017. There were pledges. Uganda was part of the Global Refugee Forum in 2019. There were pledges. And actually the country, the pledges to the country were $181 million US. But now we need to see how much of that has filtered down to support the various programs we've been enumerating. The other challenge we do anticipate is that we are going to have pressure on the existing services when the schools open. Come next year, P1 of 2020, the P1 of 2021, and the P1 of 2022 next year are going to turn up at the doorsteps of the education institutions. This has implications, very, very serious implications in terms of provision, space, and the teachers. As I've also indicated, that some of the children have already gone, we anticipate that some have already got married off. Others are expecting babies. Some, especially in border areas, they're doing business, among other activities. So this is something which is a very big challenge. We are going to have teachers not coming back. Much as we believe they are there, but they will not come back, and we're not very sure. Because for 2 years when they're not teaching, many of them have found other alternative activities. And some of the private schools may actually close. Uganda has a substantial number, especially at the secondary level of secondary schools. Actually, about 60% are private. So some of these have closed, and many have closed, and they shall have to find alternatives for the children. We have a task of orienting teachers to put them back to school and into the mode of teaching. We also have a problem of a challenge of refurbishing the infrastructure because we also experienced the rising waters of Lake Victoria. The countries that share Lake Victoria and River Nile, the last 2 years we experienced a rising water levels, and this damaged a lot of infrastructure within their catchment areas, and this has created a very, very big task for us as a country. And the settlements have not been spared in that effect. I did indicate earlier about the unaccompanied and the minors who are also our family heads. Now, due to this prolonged school closure, we don't know whether they'll come back to school. Skills training, much as it is being promoted, but there's a question of having the competent skills trainers to be effectively do this work. You know, skills is not something you acquire in a day or two. It's not by academic attainment only, but it is something which must be gained doing practice. And I think we have a very big challenge here. As I've indicated, we've been able to benefit from that support. We now believe that it's an opportunity. The $60 million grant is a very, very big opportunity, and it's a very significant contribution. We really appreciate that effort from the refugee window. We believe that it is going to support in the construction of secondary schools and other programs. We're also being able to know that through a survey carried out by UNESCO and IGAD on the survey of teachers' qualifications, that there is a survey that was done, and a new curriculum has been developed to identify to address the identified issues. So this is another opportunity that has come along the way. All of us, before COVID-19, at least in this region, we were not heavily embracing the ICT in education. I'm saying heavily. But this time around, the issues of Zoom is now a household word. Some school children have been attending, with all the attendance challenges, classes on using Zoom or other means of media. So it has now drawn attention to the use of ICT in education, despite these inherent challenges. And of course, this has also changed the thinking of very many people. We also know in our country that these settlements were allocated in areas which were relatively unpopulated, and that's where space could be found. But now with these interventions, it is possible. There are roads now, there are schools being built, there are health facilities that have been, that have come up, and this is an opportunity for our country. Originally, parents were not playing a very key role in the education of their children, unlike it is now for those who care. The country did make running materials and provided them with the support of partners, made many copies. This entailed that since the learners were not in the hands of the teachers, they had to have parents giving support. Literate parents have done so, although many have not. But this is something we've learned, that the parents have really now come to acknowledge that actually the teachers are doing a very, very big job of teaching the learners. Previously, people would think, okay, it's a routine, it's part of what the teachers must do, it has to be done by them. But this time around, the children were in the houses, and the materials were there, and there was nobody to teach to support the children other than the parents themselves. And this has been a very, very big eye-opener on their part. We've also known that the schools have a protection role. When the parents go to work, the children go to school, and considered and actually safe when they're there. But now, parents have to work, but the children are still at home, and some of these cannot do the work the parents are doing, meaning the children left on their own. Issues have come up, and as we've already had, issues of pregnancy and other activities have come in. We've also learned that homeschooling has enabled the parents to realize their role in much more in terms of learning. Communicable diseases have come up. Previously, when children at school, they learn, they know. Children come back and tell you, your teacher has said you should wash your hands. Teacher has said this, teacher has said this, teacher has said. That would help in many ways in society because of the knowledge transfer from the school back to homes. And this particular time, this opportunity has not been there. And then there has been the job diversification by some of the key players. The learners have also learned to work. The children are selling various items on a regular basis, not over the weekend or not only during the market days, but even on a regular basis, these children are doing work. And this has made them feel that actually now we can make money, and we really fear whether some of them will actually go back to school. Finally, we believe, and we actually know, that there are going to be a very large number of child mothers, and this will increase the numbers in the settlement. They may not cross borders, but within, we are going to have many children coming up. We have very big figures, which have, of course, not confirmed, but they are really something to take a note of. The effects of COVID-19 have, for sure, will create a lot of funding gaps, and this will require for funding requirements. We also expect that we are going to have a very big number of learners getting out of school, and that's what we feel is likely to happen. And the mental health issues, some could have been reading or seeing, conflicts in families increasing because the men and women are staying together today, tomorrow for a prolonged time, and when the resources, especially when the resources are not there, that creates additional challenges to the home. So there are a lot of mental related issues that have come up. And a study that was done, it was discovered that 28% of these require a lot of support, and about 50% are at a very high risk. Finally, move forward. IGAD, we are here on IGAD's invitation. We need the support to respond to implement these plans. We are happy that through the IGAD policy, there are quite a number of new suggestions that have been made. We believe that they materialize. Expansion into other areas of skills, expansion areas of pre-primary and other areas. I think that's going to be very useful. We need to have the teachers renew their commitments. We're not sure whether, for example, in Uganda, for 2 years down the road where the teachers are with us. So this is something we need to have effective back-to-school programs. We need to have an effective and efficient utilization of the available resources, but as we solicit for more support. We need to build the capacity of the activity trainers. We're going to have many of these who are saying, no, I don't want the academic line anymore, I want to go into skills. We need to have this capacity built, and then these ones to be available. And we need to have IGAD support member states to fast track the qualification framework, so that these issues of the high costs related to equation and certification cease to exist. And for sure, all these plans, the plans we've initiated and conceived, we need to have them supported. But also, we need to improve the mentoring system so that we're able to know that where we've placed our learners, they're actually there, they're attending, and they're actually benefiting from support. We do have those who are outside the settlements, who are in towns. I think this is a system, we need to have a system of mentoring whatever they are. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Uganda for the presentation. Senior Chair, I think now this is the time for us to have comments from the audience regarding the presentations.
You, sir, you are chairing, and then you finish your session. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, colleagues in the House, you've heard from Sudan, you've heard from Uganda. You listened in attentively. So this is a time to give your comments, observations, for purposes of improving and giving the target of how to deal with the issue of refugees in our countries. The floor is open.
Yes, Chair. I have a question for Sudan.
Yes.
Yes, Chair. I have a question for Sudan.
Please, go ahead.
Yes. I think from the presentation, and of course, thanks for the good presentation by our two colleagues. From the presentation from Sudan, which is a good thing, of course, in the right direction towards inclusion. But one wonders about the cost. You know the cost of this education. Like in our country, we are under what we call free education, both primary and secondary. So I don't know if that's the case also in Sudan, and how do you take care of it? Are you supported, or it all comes from the exchequer? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. May we have another one? Yes, please.
Good morning to all of you, and let me, this is from IGAD Secretariat, congratulate all the delegates from yesterday and today for their excellent presentation. And just I have listening this morning the two presentations from Sudan and Uganda. Just I have three quick comments. The first one is regarding the qualification framework. I think, as you are all aware, qualification framework is one of the topics which is very important in our agenda, given that IGAD is a regional economic community who is working on the regional integrations. And also we have just also our protocol of free movement has been endorsed in Khartoum 2 years back. And the mobility of the labor, the youth, and also including the refugees is an important component. Therefore, actually, I was just also listening the Uganda presentation that already there is an established, they have already established the qualification from under the East African community. We don't want to understand how this will be built, given that also from IGAD, because we have other member states that are also not part of the East African community, how we can actually try to work and harmonize. This is very important. And also this qualification framework is not only for refugees, but also is all national citizens, which is not, of course, including everyone. My other point is regarding the scholarship. Scholarship also is an important area for IGAD, and how also you were listening yesterday, His Excellency Dr. Werkene, that it's also one of his flagship program for the region. We were listening that already from Khartoum, Sudan, we have a 200 actually from the African University scholarship. There is also from Uganda and Kenya. How all this could be harmonized, could is a way that we can, this could be worked through IGAD Secretariat, given also that we are establishing a unit working on the scholarship. And my last point is, of course, the burden, of course, of the financial on the member state, because we are actually working the inclusion of these refugees into the national plan, and we do understand, of course, this is a financial burden of the member state. Donc, as the IGAD, of course, we are working very closely with all partners, and this also that we have also request member state to have their cost plan of action. We have even also working and launched the IGAD support platform in Geneva, where IGAD, the UNHCR, and other partners are working together, and definitely, at the end, this will be taken over by the member state, because we are talking about the durable solutions, and durable solution also is a responsibility of the member state, but also just also to assure that we'll be working together, and this is just we are starting off our journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, extremely, and yes, please. But it would be good if you introduce yourself for purposes of,
Okay, my name is Professor Robert Deng. I have two questions. One to the representative from Uganda, because he mentioned that the schools have been closed for almost 2 years. I think which is quite unique, because if you go to most of the African countries, the longest they stayed with the schools not open is maybe 3 months or 5 months. And the death rate in those countries is not really that high. So what is the reason that Uganda is closing the schools for 2 years, whereas the most of the African countries, actually the schools are open? The second thing is a successful way to keep up learning during lockdown. It has affected largely most of the poor people, because if you are educated or if you have wealth, you can afford an internet, Zoom, you can have a tutor to teach your kids, but the poor, they don't have those facilities. So what is an organization like IGAD going to do to kids which are in the rural areas as opposed to urban areas? Thank you very much.
Yes, there was a hand still on the same row. Yes, please.
Yes, thanks very much, moderator. My name is Umar Kakumba. I'm from Uganda, Makerere University, and part of the inaugural board of the IGAD Council for Higher Education. Yeah, I want first to appreciate the two presenters, on country experiences from Sudan and Uganda. My quick reflection on the two presentations is about the coping mechanisms, because you see the challenges appear to be, across the spectrum from all of these countries. And in the wake of COVID-19, it has even been very, very much and worse. So we are hoping for the worst, like in Uganda, where we've had an extended lockdown that has closed schools for almost 2 years, as the presenter mentioned. So I just want to reflect on the issue of the coping mechanisms. What is it that is tenable? Is a subsidy to schools or governments tenable? Subsidy by who? By governments, the respective member states of IGAD. But also we are aware that in some of these governments there have also been budgetary cuts up to a level of 40% for the governmental ministries, departments, and agencies. So the budgets were unilaterally cut, the government supporting these institutions. So when you look at an institution like Makerere University, we have a good presence of refugees in terms of accessing the higher education, and they are charged the same, just like Ugandans. So they are not charged like international students or foreigners. But then when you look at the recent, opening that we've had in a staggered manner, you realize that at the universities, very few students, even when we resumed via the open distance and e-learning and the staggered mode where they could come in phases for the practicals. You'd see still the registration, the returning is just about 80%, so there is that 20%. And then the refugees that are scattered from different places have not really been active coming. So the support, how can we incentivize education institutions, especially the private institutions that are carrying the bulk of most of these young people accessing education? So do the tax, maybe subsidies. So how can we do the crowd pooling from the collaborative partnerships in international agencies to probably either give an extended facility for our member states, or which can cascade down into the private institutions because they are bulk. So there are all these questions I'm just trying to throw in there to find what could be the practicable coping mechanisms as we try to recover from COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, front row.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm Marwal Deng from South Sudan, from the Refugee Commission. My questions will go to my colleague from Sudan, who has presented the plan of Sudan on how to integrate refugees into the national system. We all know, and considering the political situation that our sister country Sudan is going through, but we all know that the integration requires training in the specific languages. So the majority of refugees in Sudan are from South Sudan in particular, but most of them are coming from the background of attending education in English. I don't know whether the Sudan are teaching these South Sudanese refugees in English, or whether they are using the Arabic language. Anyway, I don't know. I want to be clear, to be informed or educated on this, what the brothers in Sudan are doing with regard to the language barrier that exists between South Sudan and Sudan now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm not seeing any other hands up. So may I request Sudan to respond to areas where you can respond. The others, I think, okay. Yes, there is someone there. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think IGAD wanted to say something. Dr. Kabedi's hand has been up.
Sorry, please, Doctor, I didn't see that.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the presenters. Excellent presentations, as usual, and also the reflections from the August House. I'd like to add my voice to my director. I endorse those reflections. And then I'd like to add two important points. One is on inclusion. Do we as member states consider inclusion at all levels or at only some levels? The reason I'm asking this question is that when we talk of inclusion, we have a big problem when we go up to the higher ladder of education, tertiary education. In fact, it actually starts with higher level secondary education, and it goes to tertiary education, where we have the biggest exclusion for a number of reasons. One, capacity. Two, resource. And three, the context of displacement. I think I want us to reflect on this agenda as an important one. And IGAD, as Madam Fatia rightly pointed out, and the Executive Secretary yesterday was emphasizing, is driving the agenda of scholarship as a means of inclusion. At least those people that can afford can go to private universities or colleges, but those who cannot afford, but who can go to higher education, are excluded because they don't have the means to do so. So I think scholarship, and later on we'll discuss on this issue with Professor moderating, is very important. So I think we want to have a common understanding as this very important point is very valid for the agenda of inclusion. The second point I would like to flag is IGAD has launched a teachers training program. We will hear in the course of the day as to what is happening on the ground with regard to the actual conduct of the training. But do we include this in our priority and then also report as one area of activities and accomplishments in the member states' reports? So I think these are very essential elements of our debate here in the course of these 3 days. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr.
The senior chair.
A moment. Doctor, can you make clarification on what you're asking? There's something which is not clear to us. The last question. Okay, Dr. Kabede, the last question.
No, there is a chair. I'm sitting next to the chair, so he's asking for the floor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just a small point, I want to raise it again, about this issue of inclusion. Yesterday, I mentioned something very briefly about the difficulty when we talk about inclusion, because policies differ from one state to another state. And in particular, you know, something was mentioned about the language. And it's not an easy thing, because if you are talking about inclusion, you are talking about avoiding, as I mentioned, it's a discrimination and segregation, meaning that whoever that comes in, you adopt him and let him adapt to whatever system you have of education, this is what I understand by inclusion. Now, sometimes, as mentioned by Professor Kebete, is when you go to a higher education, and I'm giving an example of our university, International University of Africa, for example. When I joined the university, I found that there was a policy in operation that whatever you do at this university, particularly if you write a postgraduate thesis, you have to do it in Arabic. So it's really lays a huge stress on students who come from English or French-speaking background. In order to do a postgraduate, they have to study Arabic for quite some time, you know, as a requirement, university requirement, in order to end up by writing a thesis. This is one of the policies, if you talk about inclusion, without more, this is what the refugees or returnees or whoever should do. And I'm pointing out to my friend there from South Sudan, I thought the people from South Sudan are less prone to these problems because they are Sudanese anyway, if I may say that. So they have the same culture, I may say, they have the same Arabic lingua franca. They will find it, it's not easy, but it's easy for them to adapt than, say, someone coming from Nigeria or from somewhere else, which is purely English or whatever languages. Now, one of the things which I want to point out, as I said, it's just a question of policy. So when I took over the university, we changed the policy of this Arabic, and we allowed, particularly when you come to do a postgraduate studies, you can do it in whatever language, provided that there is a supervisor who can supervise your thesis in whatever language that you do. So I come back again and say, it is a question of culture, it is a question of policy, and it goes to the policy of the state. And if we are talking about inclusion, we have to accept whatever policy that is there, unless we find a unifying element in which all states agree that this is how it should be done. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chair.
you so much. Okay. Sorry, can you be a little bit louder? Close of the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to take this opportunity to thank IGAD. It is the most active regional organization in Africa. I think the ultimate goal and objective of the sub-regionals is to gradual integration of Africa. And IGAD is doing very well. I want to make comments on inclusion. In addition to what's said by Professor Hunut, an International University of Africa, when they provided 200 scholarships in 2019 to the refugees with UNHCR, inclusion comes in response to the requirement. For instance, because that was the first announcement, we formed a committee from UN and IUA to visit the refugees in Kakuma, who are mainly from South Sudan, and that so that we declare and preach them that there are chances. Then we came to know how to put requirements, what are the requirements for the admission of the refugees. After being admitted, with a very support from the government of Kenya, we found other difficulties also, but it had been settled. Inside Sudan, we were given 100 refugees a scholarship. And I was heading the team of IUA. We chose 97 who met the requirement for the university and the Ministry of Higher Education. 67 of them from South Sudan. Only 5 of them Muslims. The majority of those who came to the university were Christians. Then we have to modify we have 22 faculties. Mainly they are from the joint medicine, mining, petroleum, pharmacy, nursing, laboratory, economic, mass communication. But because they are Christians, the former Christians, they study the Islamic curriculum. But because they refuse it, we came out with a new committee. The committee has gone over and put the inclusion by giving them opportunities not to teach the Islamic related subjects. Alternatively, they are given other subjects to cover the gap. See? So this is what I want to tell you. Inclusion cannot happen in one time. It is the challenges that create, and it is response to the challenges, as said the Vice Chancellor. Since we are committed, education should not be committed based on religion. It should be based on region. It should be on color. Since the intention is there, I think the inclusion can take place. And it will take gradually. It will not happen in one day. Even language barriers, it's not happening one day. We are receiving 86 students from 86 countries, except Sudan is learning Arabic. 85 states who are joining the university are non-Arabic speaking countries mainly, except I think 2 or 3. But still we are dealing with them with the idea of inclusion. What I want to confirm is that I think the majority of almost all the member states have confirmed the importance of inclusion. And let us be patient enough so that give enough time for us since the principle is there, we will be able to implement the inclusion. We have to share our experiences because the experience is different from one person to another, from one institution to another, but the intention is there, the willing is there, and the challenge is always part of life. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roman, those who have given the contributions. Thank you so much for the observations and concerns. It's really a responsibility of the member states to ensure that whatever you need to define or to align is actually done. So at this moment, let me allow the representatives from Uganda and Sudan to respond to a few areas that really are critical and require attention. So, Sudan.
Thank you so much. I think these are very good questions. I'm going to go very quick. For my colleague from Kenya, asked about the public schools and the integration at the public school and who's paying the cost. Actually, the way it works, you just go and admit yourself to the nearest school in the neighborhood, and you are in. In terms of the cost, it's part of the public finance that's allocated to the states and to the localities. If you remember in my presentation, I mentioned the importance of engaging the PTA in the process. Most of the operation cost is paid by the parents. In the past, they put fees here and there, but since 2019, this practice was stopped, and the government decided to go for actually free and compulsory primary education. So the PTAs are the one right now paying the cost through voluntary contribution to the school. But again, it's not enough anyway. So that's one number one. For the director, I'm not sure if she's still around. I think my colleague, my professors, they cover these scholarships and especially in Sudan and the African University. And we are right now also working with, we have some communications with private, as you know, private universities are increasing in Sudan. So we try also to reach out to the private sector also to give some seats in the colleges and universities as part of their part of the CSR actually. So this initiative is still on the process. We still have to go back and negotiate with our colleagues at the private sector. We also have the private sector as private sector, not at the college level, also have their own windows for supporting vulnerable groups. This is more of like individual approach. Yeah. I think also there's a question about from my colleague from South Sudan about the language. Yeah. We do have two systems, if you can say that. You can study all the curriculum, the Sudanese curriculum in English, that's already translated, okay? The challenge is we don't have sufficient enough teachers to teach that one. But in the IDP and the refugees camps, this teacher, the curriculum is there especially for those who are at the secondary level. For those who are at the primary level, we have special courses so they can easily be integrated into the national system. And I think if people are really serious about the integration elements, the best way to do, because this is a long process, so for them to have the education system in the country language, I think is one of the best things. But I think at the same time, some of the communities and some of the people, they try also to maintain their own language. That's what we saw in some of our schools, especially private school for CPN and Eritrean. Some of them, they try to maintain that. They're hoping to return back at some point in the future. I also want to just comment on the ICT and the technology. I think it's one of the things about COVID is people are just trying to respond to the crisis. In Sudan, what we did is we have a learning passport. It's a website, zero-rated, so you can access it without getting access to internet. So anybody who have internet or smartphone can access the entire curriculum. We developed an app and a website where they can access all the materials with games and everything. It's very interactive. This is one of the ways we try to address the learning gap. Additionally, we have two educational TV channels. That's right now we signed the contracts with the NILSAT last September. We hope to start broadcasting very soon. So this is all to address the learning gap during the COVID. And actually, it also helps even without the COVID. We need this type of we need this type of interventions and innovations, ways of talking to the new generation. Yeah, I think that's
That's what I have from Kibede mentioned something about the training. Actually, yeah, the training is part of our national plans at the different levels, so it's already incorporated there. Again, the key concern is like we have everything in the plan. Do we have the resources for that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sudan, for the responses. Uganda.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much all those who have raised the pertinent questions. Starting with Madam Fatia on the qualification framework, the member states have got their own qualification frameworks, and now the coming into effect of the one for East Africa, once it is fully developed and completed, IGAD should be able to benefit from this framework as a regional body which is embracing more countries. So there is a wind of opportunity there. Somebody asked about why close the schools for 2 years. You see, we are on the same ship, but we are not in the same boat as member states. The Ugandan boat, the events dictated that to be able to manage the pandemic, especially with the learners whom we all know cannot observe social distancing, they cannot wear masks at all times, and all sorts of things. That was one of the ways. But it does not mean that there is no learning going on at all. The country, the Ministry of Education did produce materials that were sent to the learners. 2, there are provisions for online learning for those who are able to pay, but still the government also made radio and TV programs available. And as we know, radio coverage is a possibility in many parts. So there are these provisions on radio, there are provisions on televisions for those who are able to access television. But above all, there are learning materials printed and distributed for all to benefit. And I think our partners did a very good job in the refugee settlements. Capacity or coping mechanism from Dr. Kakuma from Makerere University. I think this is a matter which is really not for us as a regional body, but where the region can come in, it's very useful. However, it's recognizable that all institutions, universities, and others were affected differently by the pandemic. But of course, all would require stimulus packages and programs that can enable them to get back to their feet. But for Uganda, the tertiary institutions were given a leeway to work or to operate. The same way the finalists in the nursing training institutions, the candidates, so those were given opportunities. But surely this is something, if we can get support to be able to support the various programs in universities and tertiary institutions, I think that will be very, very useful. But it's a matter for us to discuss, and even in different individual countries, this is a matter which can be pursued, and for sure, it's a requirement and it's a need, so we can do something about it. Dr. Kabede, about the inclusion. Even before the COVID-19, Uganda was running the accelerated education program for those learners who have missed many years of schooling. Right now, the efforts are in place for sure, that there will be those who have dropped out for some time, and we need to get them back to school again. The accelerated education programs are going to be even expanded. There are plans to expand them much more. We also intend to introduce the double shift. It has been employed in a few locations, but we are now sure that in quite a numbers I have indicated during the presentation, that we are going to have P1 of 2020, P1 of 2021, and P1 of 2022 turning up. Those 3 cohorts really will require provisions which are not usual. So we believe that we shall have the double shift program put into place. Then secondly, there was the issue of the scholarship. Ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that university and tertiary education is very expensive. And we've now known, for the Ugandan case, I did indicate in our presentation that we do have more than 363, I think 400,000 youths Some of these are eligible for tertiary and university education. But also indicated that we receive an average of about 461 scholarships. There is a very big gap. We need to do more collectively to support these learners to attain their lifelong goals. And I think this is an area for all of us to seriously consider, and maybe IGAD can really support in whatever ways that it can, so that this cohort of learners is supported to achieve their aspirations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Uganda and Sudan, for the responses. And thank you so much, the audience, for listening in and for your wonderful contributions. I think now I pass over the mantle to the senior chair. Hello?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Mohamed Kulo. I am from Somalia, and I just wanted to stitch a question to this discussion, the element of inclusion.
I thought the session.
And I wanted to know from the professors and those experts, because what are the limitations of inclusions both at policy and programmatic levels? For I understand that inclusion is related to rights or protection frameworks, and those rights are linked to the national laws that a given country is implemented. For instance, if country has the practice or the law of free movements of refugees, whereas the other countries having an income policy or law, is there a possibility of harmonizing that inclusion both at program and policy level? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the concern. This is actually an area that requires more time to discuss. I think we cannot respond to it right now, but at a later time, I think we shall see how we go about it from the professors present and heads of the IGAD. Thank you so much. Back to the chair. Senior chair, please.
Thank you so much for this wonderful and elaborate presentations from all. And thank you, Mr. Chair, there. You did a wonderful job. And I think it's time for all of you to be excused. And we are going to another session for the moment. Thank you so much. Thank you. I call upon the IGAD Secretariat and Professor Kebede and ECW to have a round-up discussion, a small little, just 10 to 15 minutes discussion for the moment. Thank you. ECW.
Thank you, Chair. I think she has stepped out. Maybe they're looking for her.
Take the whole floor then.
Come again? Chair, you say something?
You're lucky you take it all.
Honorable Chair, may I suggest in the absence of my partner to go for a coffee break and then come in the next 15 minutes and then we have that on.
I think we can interact if anybody wants to raise anything of importance before the lady comes in, so we can always accept that.
Alternatively, may I suggest, Mr. Chair, that we have another session which involves you and then a high panel if we conduct that one and then move to the dual presentation or dual conversation after the coffee break. If I invite you here and His Excellency Dr. Samuel Kifley and Professor Deng here while I'm here, and then we talk about the next panel discussion. With your permission, Chair, would you want to come here? Okay, we can sit wherever. So let me just, I would be moderator. I raise questions, and then I raise questions to each of you. There are students, refugee students, and then also the professors. So just about an overall circumstance. We have participants, Dr. Samuel, Professor Deng, Professor Hulut, and then Yunus from Sudan, a refugee student from Sudan, a veteran refugee student from Sudan, and then maybe a refugee student in South Sudan from Sudan. And then there are questions. Look, we have been talking all along about the inclusive access to education for refugees, returnees, and host communities. But as IGAD also, our mandate goes beyond the specific category of populations. And then we have to make sure that education is accessible, affordable, and available for everyone in the region. What are the key challenges facing? We have outlined some of them. I will ask the refugee students, what are the key challenges facing refugees in terms of accessing quality education in their respective countries? In yours, you could just identify one, and then best experience that you have about education where you are, in the country you are hosted. And then the other colleague from South Sudan, the South Sudan refugee, yes. You can also speak one good point that you are experiencing, and then one challenge. So we hear from you, and then we give the chance to the professors. And there is Dr. Bru, who will tell us a bit about the challenges faced by the COVID pandemic, and then how we can actually steer ourselves to get out of those challenges. So, Yunus, I give you the floor first, and then say something on your best experience, and then also the challenge that students like you are facing where you are. 1 point in 2 minutes.
I think you already mentioned that you're going to go on a break, and then you're going to continue after the break. That's my understanding, and I think her understanding as well. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong.
Are you talking about me, Lilios from Uganda?
Well, I thought I had the permission of the chair to hold this session now, and then move to the other session where we want the ECW to be the chair. Am I right?
Sure.
Do not understand, or will take some time to understand, we proceed with the program. Dr. Samuel, you have been dealing in the Ministry of Higher Education, and this divide between higher education in the traditional sense and the issue of technical vocational training and education. Can you tell us a bit about how the two are interlinked, and how the two have problems in terms of perception, understanding, and how can we get out of those challenges?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Dr. Kabada, and Senior Chair. In Ethiopia, we normally believe that the way we organize and realign works at a ministerial level is a tactical issue. but there is also a broader platform whereby the ministries will coordinate and collaborate. So far, as related to our education system, we're revising the policy which is now being piloted starting this year. And in higher education, we have started already 2 years ago the implementation of the new policy directions. TVET, going forward, will be given due attention as a system for a couple of reasons. One is the labor pyramid that our economy right now demanding is not higher education, rather it's a technical and vocational skills. So a huge investment is going to happen in TVET, and due attention is going to be given to the TVET sector without excluding the rest of the levels, higher ed and general education. TVET, we have decided as a government to link it to a labor market. That's why we had a new structure, a new ministry, a month ago in October and 2 months ago in October, whereby we have Ministry of Labor and Skills. Labor and Skills is the one that will be using TVET directly as an input, and thus links to the economy and the priority sectors, the 5 priority sectors that we've set out. As related to our refugee programs and refugee returnees and host communities, we are operating at all the 3 levels. We are working at general education, and with support from KFW GIZ, we have already launched the TVET skill training for refugees and returnees. And this, for us, is not just a burden, it's an opportunity. We strongly believe that there is a huge talent and capacity in all refugees. And this is a history of the world, and this is a history of any mankind that has left his home. So, working on the refugees and returnees in terms of TVET is also beneficial for the host community and the host country. With that belief, and with the belief that we strongly have in our history and our current government, that we have to prosper together, we're working with TVET to link it. The challenge with TVET, which is a historical challenge in the past 2 years, is the stigma that everyone has towards TVET. The last 15 years in our education system, we have worked hard to overcome this challenge, especially the stigma that everyone has towards TVET. What we've done, we have made TVET a post-secondary. We have opened a transition from TVET to higher education if one wishes to do. And TVET is a skill required or a prerequisite for small-scale businesses to be operated. So increasingly many more students are joining TVET, and the attitude is being somehow changing. I'm not declaring it's over, but still we have that challenge. The second challenge as a federal state we have with TVET is run by the states, by the regions, which normally have a lot of priorities, including education, the primary education I mean. So the amount of resource that goes to TVET is meager. We still expect an improvement in that area. The two are the main challenges. One is the resource per se, and the other is the stigma we still live with. Going forward, our main focus as a government is on TVET, because the 5 priority sectors we have identified for the prosperity of Ethiopia basically demand a skilled manpower than a scientist or a professor. I'm not criticizing those of you professors sitting in this hall. I'm just saying that the economy is asking for more and more skilled labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think these are very important reflections. We have talked about stigma, the key point there. where the stereotype is that actually TVET is for low-level qualifications and low-level caliber, only closer to the manual labor. And then the second one is the need for investment, the resources. I think that are very important. In relation to this, I want to also pose a question to the professors from universities, especially when it comes to teacher training. I think like TVET, the way we actually select and deploy our teachers for training has a problem. At least, Your Excellency, you know, in our country, it used to be those students who have not scored good that go to teacher training in institutions. And we used to consider the teacher as the teacher training institutions as dumping grounds. How do we actually understand this as a problem, as a stereotype problem, and then the way we select and deploy teachers for training, and then what impact does it have on the quality of education in the region and in our respective countries? I'll give this chance to Professor Deng to just give us a few words on how, and then I will ask also Professor Omar to zoom in, because you know it's the university versus the teacher training institutions that had problems like the TVET, the university divide. I think these are the issues that we really want to take seriously.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity again. As you rightly mentioned, most of the students who used to go to college education were average students who could not qualify to go to other science, medicine, engineering, or law. They were average students. And so the quality, we can actually say that, was a bit not up to date. And when they graduate and they go and teach, then they are posted in the schools, and unfortunately, in the Sudan at that time, 80s, 90s, and 2000, the salaries were not that good. And most of them, especially now in the southern Sudan, decided to go to NGOs where there was money there. And so teaching really became a real problem. We really have to look for people to come and teach. That means the standard of those who are teaching was very poor. Because what you do is to go and find somebody who might have finished year 8 to go and teach year 8 students. Because the worst thing to do is to keep a class empty. But if you go and bring somebody to stand in front of the students, they will assume that they have a teacher there. And so it was just an issue of trying to solve a problem by not actually giving the right solution, because the quality there will be questionable. And this drags on up to the university level. Yesterday, we had somebody from Ethiopia who was saying that the standards are substandards, and I think I agree with him entirely. If you were to go back 20 years, 30 years ago, and you compare the standards of students now to the students at that time, for instance, graduate from Khartoum University, or from Gizira University, or from Juba University in the 80s, there's no comparison completely. And this is right from the primary school level. The standards are not, the teachers are not trained. I remember very well that someone was saying that in South Sudan, only about 10% of the teachers are trained teachers. The rest, you just pick them to occupy the classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think these are very important issues that we continue to reflect, both here in your time is very much scarce, but also when we go in our respective destinations. And also, you know, the most important investment that Africa cannot afford to miss is to invest on two skills. One is on teaching skills, the other one is on hands-on practical skills that I think the economy needs most. And in this regard, I think both the technical vocational education and then the teacher training as part of that and also as a separate trade is very important. Professor Omar, just from the perspective of Makerere University, can you say a few words on this?
Yeah, thanks very much, moderator. Yeah, regarding the enrollment of teachers at the teaching profession at higher education institutions, yeah, just like many countries around the region, it has been going down. It has been dwindling progressively. And of course, it is a mix of many things. Of course, in terms of pay, the teaching profession, in terms of salaries and wages, the remuneration has been quite low. Not just in government schools, but also in the private institutions. But also, secondly, the attitude. There is a rising, I think, attitude change over the teaching profession, which has also, over time, become unattractive to young people joining that, and also the opportunities of many running into business, trade, and other engagements than the teaching profession. But in Uganda, there have been quite some incentives from government, especially for the science, technology, and engineering, math, the STEM, of course with the preferential pay for those in the teaching profession. Now, at universities, the numbers are there, those who are doing bachelor's degrees and probably at the diplomas in higher education institutions. But then there is a challenge in the primary and the early childhood teaching, because largely it is the private institutions, especially for the early child, training those, and then there are very few institutions that have the professional, uptake for the qualified teachers at that level for the early childhood. So largely it was people who are trained from other levels or dropouts from high school who could, be used in improvising for getting to train the learners at that early childhood. Yeah, but generally, for the COVID now, with the universities, I think we need to do quite a lot, because the teaching and learning at universities takes place, but then the challenge has also been doing the practice, because the licensing would require that the teachers are given the exposure to do the training when they do the teaching practice, now which has been quite difficult. So, but the universities have had to create alternative modalities where they do the teaching practice at the universities. They organize the teaching environment for the students and staff, and then the teachers come in to do the practical, the presentations, and then they are assessed at the university level, or some have also been assessed online, because very few schools will do entertaining, the training, the teachers who are on internships to go to the schools. And then some of the schools, when they were closed, when the majority were closed, it also became a problem. They had finished their university assessments, but then they come in to do the teaching practice because the schools are closed. So the universities had to improvise through the alternative methods of assessment. Yeah, so generally that's the situation, but then there is a need for a very, very serious intervention towards enhancement of pay and salaries, because teacher retention has been a very, very big challenge, not only to Uganda, but also the region, because the pay is still very low compared to other regions in Southern Africa and probably in North Africa and maybe Europe. I submit.
Thank you, Prof. I think it's very important. Two things. I think one is the qualification, certification, and then assessment, and those related to the technical inspection of the teaching profession itself, and also the incentives. I think that are very meager, and then I think in South Sudan, when I went for, I think last August, I was informed that no more teachers were interested in going to the vocation, I think the TVET schools, because of the low incentives. And I think you can imagine, therefore, what would happen to schools in refugee hosting communities, and the low level of qualifications, and also the poor retention due to incentives and other factors, like if you go, for example, to BDBD, where the accommodation for teachers was so disappointing. In a UNHCR constructed tent, dilapidating, and then, struggling with cockroaches and insects. Those are the things that you could find in the real field, and then it chases away the teachers. So I think there are a number of areas where we really need to target and then improve. I think the role of universities is very important, and then the policymakers should be able to understand the perspective from the academic world. I will go to Dr. Groom. Quality, qualifications, and also retention, incentives are major challenges that are affecting the education system. But also we are struggling with new emergencies like the COVID pandemic. Yesterday, we just briefly spoke about the care that we have to take of our service, but I want Dr. Groom to just say a few words about how the COVID emergency has created challenges for education and impacted access and also quality for refugees and cross-border mobile. Dr. Groom, we want to hear from you.
And Dr. Kabede, I think also we need to break for the coffee. It's almost 11:30. Thank you.
With the Groom and the Professor Hulud, we will break for coffee here. We'll break and come.
Thank you, Dr. Kabede. Thank you, Chair. Very happy to reflect on this briefly. Yes, the health and socio-economic impact of COVID is very devastating in our region, in the member states, and also in the continent and the whole world. It is also good to discuss in any of the interventions that we do that we are all in this pandemic, and it's always good to mainstream in all activities and also consider in the context of COVID what to be done. So I fully agree with you to reflect, and just to give you a few background, IGAD with 8 member states is one of the regional economic communities in Africa, working under the policies and strategies of the African Union, and also working for the Agenda 2063. One of the core agenda for IGAD is to complement the health and socio-economic impact of COVID and all health issues. So with a 240 million population in the region, I think we need to focus on the health system strengthening. Health system has been weakly funded, and we have been advocating for this for the last many years, to have adequate healthcare financing and also strengthening the health system and response. So this has never been the issue and the priority for some countries, but with the IGAD platform, we have tried to make a number of interventions and call for the member states to do on that. For your information, before this meeting, we had a health thematic meeting for refugees, returnees, and host communities, and we all the time try to link all basic services linked together. So that's why this is an opportune time for the health team also to reflect. The health system and all the basic service systems are not ready for the pandemics and health threats, outbreaks, and epidemics for the last many years because of lack of funding, as I've said. So as a result, we have a limitation on supplies, a limitation on health workforce, and also
the finance required for interventions are very weak. Had we been prepared for such kind of early warning and preparedness, we could have responded to the COVID and minimized the impact. Another issue is the disease surveillance, detection, and also investigation. This capacity has been very, very weak in the past, in all at the central level, in all member states at the central level, and even at the periphery where IGAD is mandated. As Dr. Kabeda mentioned, on the cross-border side, at the pastoralist communities now, also for internally displaced refugees, returnees, and also the host community that is hosting them. We have also a limitation on a number of other various aspects, just to mention a few. The health system focusing on adequate cold chain supplies and also all materials needed, equipments, and that are used in the health facilities. And we have also limitation on supplies and the necessary requirement for vaccine preventable diseases, including the one coming. And after giving you this background, we need to also to talk about the health impact, the impact on economy, and the impact on education. So coming to that,
we focus on education only, and then we discuss that on bilateral level.
Okay. COVID-19 has also brought a number of challenges, but it has brought also opportunities. Talking about the economic, the education impact, it is already mentioned by colleagues, but I would like to mention the impact in the school community, which is affecting many issues on learning and teaching and learning aspects. And by looking into the school community, we have seen a number of dropouts. School community has been affected by the impact on teachers and on impact on also schools, school children, and also the environment itself. So the lockdown has also brought a number of issues, and as a result of the impact of the disease, many have been affected and stayed at home, and it is also linked somehow to health issues of the students and the teachers. So many existing health programs have been affected because of this pandemic, because there was a lot of patients coming to our institute.
Thank you, Dr. Guru. I cut you short there. I think it's very obvious, especially the school closure has resulted in early marriage, in early pregnancies, forced pregnancies, and a number of others, and also economic stress for students. Provided with school feeding when schools were closed, this has impacted the security, the food security of the household. Very immense. I think that's where we need to really see the linkage between education and health, as you rightly pointed out. I will not give chance to others, but only 1 minute to Professor Hulud for reflection on all this, and then inclusive education and scholarship, because it has been mentioned here and there, but just Prof, we want to close this session with your reflections.
Thank you so much. Actually, I don't have much to say, except that these scholarships are very, very important, and we need to activate. I think whatever I heard, all universities, they are all already on board, and we know that making it available for the needy and the underprivileged, particularly those refugees, it's really very important. And I think a plan is intact if I'm right in that. I mean, we discussed this some time ago, and it's an ongoing process in which we need to put it into action very, very soon. And I myself, on my part, I do agree and encourage our universities and our colleagues there in order to help provide these opportunities for these students. The only problem, as we just mentioned, is the question of inclusive. As I mentioned, it's a question of policy, of the government policies and state policies. Particularly when we go to the higher education, there are what is known as university requirements. In these university requirements, there are certain subjects which students from wherever they are, they have to apply, they have to find themselves, they are subjected to. Like, for example, learning a certain language and learning religious issue is there. It's always there, but then it is a question of choice. And in our university, we made a committee, as mentioned by Mr. Niam, to try to modify the policies. On the play. When the time comes, the universities always are willing to accommodate whatever requirements that the students, because if you are actually giving that, you have to be ready to modify your policies in order to accommodate whoever that comes in. And this is what exactly we did in our university. And although seemingly it seems to create a problem or a barrier, but as a matter of fact, it's not only here. Wherever you go to France, you go to Germany, you go to whatever, you need to study a language in order to do your postgraduate or whatever you want to do that. So this is not a new phenomena in the universities, but I believe that the refugees and the returnees, there are special situations, the special case, particularly when we are in Africa. So these are the kind of modifications I believe that can be done at the university level, if not at the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I just indulge your patience for 1 minute and a half to give this chance to UNHCR, to Clara, because we want to hear from UNHCR in terms of their experience on scholarship, inclusion, and this. I know Clara will present a paper on, or has a presentation on inclusion. I would like to invite you, Madam, to just reflect on what, especially on what Professor has been talking all along. Clara, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I think when it comes to higher education and scholarships, what we also have to recognize is that sometimes when refugees move across borders, they're doing so in the middle of their educational journey. They might have completed 1 or 2 years of university, and then they...
Can you speak closer to your mic, please?
Sure. Then they are displaced, and they either have to start from scratch, or they're looking for opportunities where they can also continue to have certification in their chosen fields. And so to really ensure that we understand how different qualifications from different universities across the region can be aligned, we need to make sure that we are pushing forward this key agenda of a regional qualifications framework. And I really liked also how in the earlier presentation from Uganda, they were saying that it is possible to have certification being accredited by the Ugandan national system, no matter where they're coming from, and it is something that we really need to push forward across the region. It's a big task that we have ahead of us, because we all apply different standards to different levels of education, but in order for people to be able to move forward and make a sustainable living, I think the policy environment beyond education also needs to be conducive, because there's nothing worse than being trained in adequate skills only to move across a border and not be able to practice those skills. If you are a nurse or a teacher or a doctor and you have your certification from one country and then you move to another country and that certification is not recognized, then you are left at the hands of humanitarian aid and you're not able to contribute back to your society. And we're able to build much better communities, and refugees can really give back to the communities that they live in if they're able to really practice what they're certified to do. And so I think the conversation that we will also have, I believe, tomorrow, together with UNESCO on this whole certification framework and accreditation is going to be really valuable to put concrete steps in place over the next year to see how we really build the possibilities for the future for a lot of these refugees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think time is our major constraint. Otherwise, this would have been a very, very important session to continue the conversation. But I think we'll have more time after the tea break. I'm very grateful for all the contributions and also the insights that we have received from this very interactive discussion rather than a very structured one. I now, Your Excellency, I have finished my session and I leave the chair back to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Let us go for a tea break. It's half an hour, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we will come back in 15 minutes after tea break, and then we'll break for lunch also after the plenary discussion. 10 minutes. And then we'll move to at least one of the presentations on the Kampala Declaration and the skills development nexus. Yeah. Yeah, the floor is open for reflections. Yeah, where are they? People should be in place, you know. Where are the people? Yeah, we have to bring them. Professor, I denied you the chance to reflect because of time, and now I can give you that opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to talk about teachers and the problems the education of the region, perhaps I might say, face with regard to teachers, retaining teachers, attracting the best young teachers. I think it is, in different degrees, it is common for the region's countries. I am from Ethiopia. My name is Abdi Nasser Ahmed Ibrahim from Addis Ababa University. I was involved in education in my whole working life, more than 3 decades. In Ethiopia, as education, the government has been trying its best. In recent years, it has increased the scale of the salary so that might not be still enough. When we see the problem to attract and retain teachers, the major problem is that of incentives, whether it is salary and whether it is salary, accommodation, housing, transportation, and others. We did research in Addis Ababa University in the Institute of Education and Research, nationwide research, investigating teacher professional identity, how teachers see themselves as a teacher, how they see their profession. The majority of them reported that they like the profession, they enjoy teaching, and they are happy for teaching. But they say, this is a big but, they say they couldn't stay because of one, salary, the other, accommodation, other transportation, other incentives, and as the countries, I mean, the economic situation, I mean, developing country, they say people only will see what you earn. They don't see what you contribute for society. In Addis and in the region now, starting, I mean, before 3 years or so, my colleagues will correct me, the salary has increased. And in the capital city, Addis Ababa, teachers are being given opportunity, I mean, before others, housing and the transportation. In Addis, I know in Addis, I don't, in the region still, it's not covered. When I come to the training, earlier, I mean before 15 years back, there was a new program that teachers, after they finish their education in different fields, they used to be given additional 1 year training. This program is known as add-on program where teaching meteorology and other related courses are given to be teachers for 1 year and given postgraduate diploma. Now, students stay, they used to stay for 3 years in the university, being educated through different disciplines. Now we are returning, still not returning to early program, 4-year university program, including 1-year freshman program. In that, the idea is that to put the teaching methodology and the other related courses integrated in the courses that are given in the university system. Anyway, we have to work hard as a country, and the government is giving attention to the limit of its economic power. So to improve the life of teachers is very important. Not only salary, but the attitude of the people. For sake of development, we have to do that. And I think other regions, other countries also have this problem. And in this forum, and the IGAD, could take a lead to coordinate to change the situation of teachers. If we say quality of education, the quality of education cannot come from vacuum, from outside. But we have to work for it. We have to invest on it. We have to attract the best young people into the profession. That is a major thing. To get quality education, to develop social and economic situation of our countries, we have to invest and pay for it. If you want quality things, you have to, sacrifice, investment. Give investment, give money, capital, and respect the teachers, not only respect, but improve their life. Thank you very much.
Chair, in your absence, I started giving you the chance. Now you continue. No. I hand over the chair.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to take the floor in front of this very respectful and knowledgeable assembly, and I'm really very pleased to be part of this exchange idea conversations around this very important thematic. I want to thank Dr. Kabede, which has really initiated a very, very important process around a thematic which should not push us to raise any issue which is linked with segregation or stigmatization. By the way, we are living in a process where all of our countries at some level or another are war-torn societies, war-torn communities, conflict-ridden states. So this process, coupled with man-made and natural disasters, cycles, which are quite repetitive cycles for at least the last half a century, and it was raised by the professor from Sudan during its presentation. This issue it's not issue which is only concentrated on some segment of the population. It's an issue that the crisis of our education system at a national level itself is reflecting these dynamics. I'm personally coming from another division of IGAD. I'm from the Peace and Security Division, and we are constantly working on the issue of the security sector reform and all issues related with countering violent extremism, or bluntly say terrorism. We are also working on issues of transnational organized crime. And the presenter of Uganda have raised issues of the childhood pregnancies of the students. And I trust that violence could be a structural violence. Education should have a finality, and the finality that it has is to enhance and protect every individual. And I'm just recalling that our member states, as every state, have a duty and an obligation to protect every human person living on their territory. So we have international convention, continental convention on the rights, broader rights. So what we are doing is talking about our rights as citizens of these regions. So just to come out of this kind of a box, we want to have corrective measures. And I need to just to throw a suggestion, which is much more a suggestion. We were talking about inclusivity, and yet I don't see a framework, a measured criteria-based framework mechanism at the regional level, which will tell us, yes, we are at such level of the inclusivity, without hiding ourselves in a kind of Stakhanovist attitude. During the Russian time, during the Bolshevik times, we used to have false statistics. Allow me to be so blunt. We need figures and statistics which reflects what is really at the grassroots. And that will help us, evidence-based, fact-based, and returning to the issue of the security. The discourse which prevail everywhere. A refugee camp could be a base for terrorist activity. We have to demonstrate that this is not right. Our prisons might be maybe full of children or youths who are deprived of education coming from those communities. So we want to encompass this without segmenting the process. Yes, it's right, but really let's measure collectively from the local, national, and regional level. And the expert from Somalia has raised, what is inclusivity? What will help us to be on board to share a common language? Not the language of the international community or an institution which speaks from Geneva. No, something which is defined at the grassroots and which could be fact-based. And I stop there with due respect. Thank you for your attention.
That's a very interesting comment, and it's a really very important comment, which summarized quite a number of issues that's been tackled. And particularly, he took us back to inclusivity, which we believe that's the term which people should talk about it, and I like what he mentioned about the false information. False information and also the evidence-based kind of a research. And this is where we mentioned last time the role of university researchers are. And we thought if you want to draw any policy, if you want to make any changes, you need to have a data on which you build on your policies. And this will happen only when when the universities come on the board. I think this is a very important point mentioned by this morning. Whatever points that mentioned with the Ugandan and the South Sudan and the rest also are very, very important. And let us take these points into account and try to reflect upon them and try to see whether we need to do more than what we are doing at the moment. I mean, I'm not blaming IGAD. They are doing more extremely wonderful job. And I'm very excited. Anytime I come with them, I become very excited. But then there are issues. It is not easy to discuss everything one day. It is not easy. There are challenges everywhere. I also like the idea that if we want to do something, we do it on our own terms. We do it based on our own culture. It's a home-cooked kind of a thing, rather than bringing alien concepts from Europe or from overseas, try to apply them to our communities. So thank you very much indeed. The whole thing is about human rights, even when we are talking about this, what do you call it, education and the like. Thank you so much. If there is any comments in the area. Yeah, I thought we were discussing this one.
Yeah, no, we were just, this one was plenary.
Okay.
So we are moving to this topic.
Okay, I think at the moment that's also a very interesting area about the overview of the Kampala Declaration on Jobs. So, is it a general discussion, I might think?
It's a general.
IGAD?
Yeah.
You have to take over.
Okay. We have this topic. Sorry. We have reflections on regional international cooperation.
I think that was done.
It's not done. The lady was not there.
Yeah, the lady, but you already tackled this.
I tackled this one. Apologies. We have one very important item, very brief one, but we made a mistake in announcing the next session on livelihood. It's my fault. We go back to the session that we missed before the coffee break, reflection on regional and international cooperation on education in emergencies. We want to tackle this between IGAD and ECW, but knowing that this is a multi-partner, multi-stakeholder undertaking, just we want to ignite the setting for conversation. You want me to go ahead, or you just want us to, ECW to reflect? ECW, you have the floor, and I will join you in the conversation. We go there. Thank you. Thank you, Excellency the Chair. Thank you, distinguished delegates. You would see me again and again as the honor of this ceremony, but I hate to be boring you on a number of sessions, but just for the kindling of the conversation. I think we are here as two important partners. The ECW, Education Cannot Wait. Education Cannot Wait. And then IGAD. So we are going to throw some ideas on the regional and international cooperation in promoting access to inclusive education. And the recurrent thematic issue that is coming again and again is inclusion, because we are obliged not to leave anyone behind. And I think that's our international commitment. And at the core of all this is the Agenda 2063. At the core of all this is the Sustainable Development Goal, and when it comes to education, Goal 4. And at the core of all this is the IGAD Regional Integration Commitment. Integration is bringing people together, not actually objects. It's people. It's the individuals. It's the communities. It's the nations that we bring together. So I think that's where the essence of participation and cooperation is very important. I'll give you a few ideas about this very important topic of regional cooperation from the Djibouti Declaration. One of the sections of the Djibouti Declaration on financing, partnership, monitoring, and support of refugee education is meant to, one, encourage the development of costed long-term refugee education response strategies, and we call it plans, as part of national education sector plans. We have talked on this yesterday. We will also discuss this in detail in some very important sessions early next year. But this is a commitment, and that's what actually we partnered with ECW that started with the preparation of the Ugandan National Cost Plan. And then the second commitment that our member states, especially the ministers of education and our partners made, is that they urged international financial institutions and bilateral, regional, and international partners in the spirit of responsibility sharing to increase multi-year, it's not just a one-off, multi-year, predictable, not when it comes, or if it comes, but predictable and sustainable support to IGAD and its member states to ensure refugee and host community children and youth, the ones we are talking about, have greater access to an quality education. Also ensure that this support is transparent and aligned with national education sector plans. And then there is another call and appeal by member states in adopting the Djibouti Declaration, which call upon international financial institutions and international partners to accelerate their investment, I'll put it between quotes, in the education sector in countries of origin. We are talking about a number of countries. Countries of origin, country hosting the refugees. In the countries' origin, to help support the voluntary return and sustainable reintegration of returnees and return of IDPs in line with the national development plans in a dignified, I think that's the most important, in a dignified, human, and acceptable way, voluntarily. The return is voluntary. I think UNHCR will actually add on this. So these are some of the areas where we committed 4 years ago in the adoption of the Djibouti Declaration, and then international cooperation is not actually of volition, but it's an obligation in the sense of responsibility sharing. So when we are trying to work with partners, we are not begging. We are working for them, we are helping them, and then at the same time, we are holding them accountable. We want them to be accountable as much as they want us to be accountable. In that sense, this responsibility sharing is very critical for regional and international cooperation. Right now we are speaking only as two partners, but we are speaking on behalf of all the other partners, and we are talking about the responsibility of all of us as partners, not as donors or recipients, but as partners in this internationally demanding task of hosting, and at the same time also building the future of our citizens wherever they are. These are first and foremost not refugees, they are citizens. They are citizens that have aspirations. There are citizens that have the rights and the freedom to move from place to place. And those freedoms are the ones that the international community is obliged to respect. So whenever we talk about international cooperation, regional cooperation, we are talking essentially of our responsibilities, our obligations, those obligations that were made in 101 international instruments, starting from the United Nations Charter. So these are some of these things that we agree, you and me, to work together as institutions, and then all of us agree to work together as partners. And in that sense, I think I want you to just say a few words, and then we'll leave it open for this August gathering.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kebede, for sharing these few thoughts about how we frame this international, regional cooperation that is ours, but as you said, goes way beyond just IGAD and ECW, and really starts at the country level. Before launching into a few points, I just wanted to express how really heartwarming it is to have been with you all over the past 2 days and to listen to all the presentations that have been made, and to see how much the discussion doesn't stem, as it so often does in international and regional fora, from an us and them kind of reaction or discussion, where we divide ourselves. Here, what I have heard is very much refugees are among us, and your words, Dr. Kebede, have only reiterated that. Refugees are part of us. They are part of our communities. They are kids, as one of the speakers said this morning. We just count them as kids. It's not refugees and hosts. They are among all the children who need to be educated, to be able to have access to continuous and quality education. And that is extremely heartwarming, because that is very much one of our principles, that education cannot wait. All too often we see that refugee children, forcibly displaced children internally and beyond borders, are left aside. But this is not what I'm seeing here in this environment, where the IGAD region has really come together, and words we all know, we all see crises. All of our countries go through these crises. Is something that is extremely important for. It is not because of principles or international obligation that sits somewhere there in New York in a charter, whatever, but it is something that is embedded very much in what the region feels, and that we see again in the Djibouti Declaration. So that's extremely heartwarming, that we're starting our discussion from the right grounds, and that we don't have to actually go over those grounds. Now, in terms of international and regional cooperation, at the international level, of course, we've got the Global Refugee Forum. We have all, and that includes also Education Cannot Wait, we have all committed, we've all pledged towards the solution protection and the solutions that are needed to the forced displacement that we are seeing in our countries, in our regions, in the areas that we work in, specifically in this forum, in the sector of education. So that provides us for a global how can I say, compass, we have all committed, each one of us in this room has pledges that are smart, as we were told by UNHCR when we were told, when you pledge, please pledge in a smart way, i.e. specific, measurable, realistic, etc. And time-bound. And we've done that, all of us. We at Education Cannot Wait, for instance, we have committed to specifically to secondary education, to commit to support secondary education, because we can see around the globe that it is a forgotten part. It's the lesser part, and today we've also talked about tertiary, which will be perhaps our next step. Education Cannot Wait is not involved in the tertiary sector. Our focus is specifically pre-primary, primary, and secondary. So this is why we didn't go, as Education Cannot Wait, into the tertiary. But very clearly this morning, discussions indicated the need for all of us to actually start thinking, what would it mean for us to focus more on the tertiary, and Education Cannot Wait stands ready to support you in this regard. You may have seen in the social media, we are supporting partners that are calling for to raise funds, to mobilize funds for scholarships for refugees. So our director, Yasmin, will be there tomorrow speaking on behalf of this resource mobilization for tertiary. And, we're very much standing ready to put our voices, the advocacy, the power that we can mobilize in Education Cannot Wait to support you with tertiary, even if this goes beyond the scope of focus of Education Cannot Wait. We have also committed at the Global Refugee Forum to work closely with the World Bank and GPE for a better alignment of our funding. What we are seeing, and I have only been in this sector for about a month now, what we are seeing is that we still do not have an alignment between our responses. That is something that's really global, involves us all. You will have this donor who will come and do this here, that can be perhaps for a humanitarian emergency rapid response. You'll have this other donor who will come and do this a bit more, let's say 1 year, 2 years, a bit less emergency, but still in an emergency context. And then we have those donors, the World Bank of this world, the multilateral or regional multilateral development banks and donors, who will come with their the multi-million, 100 millions at times, as was mentioned this morning in some of the presentation. But we have not dotted the line yet. And we need to make sure that there is an alignment, working at the nexus to do what we have committed to do, to respond to education, engaging at the humanitarian development nexus, requires a mindset of alignment. We need to really shift from my funding, my program, my intervention, or the way that I have used to intervene, to actually looking at where is the dotted line between what I am doing and what the others are doing. And this mindset for alignment is a major shift for all of us. And that's something that I think we need to work on more. And that's one of the pledges of ECW to the GRF, and we will be reporting on that at the second Global Refugee Forum in 2023, if I'm not mistaken in terms of the dates. Yeah. So the other element that is really important is the need for us to look at what can happen at the regional level, what we can do as Education Cannot Wait through IGAD, for instance, to take this concrete example, but also, and most importantly, what can be done at the country level. Why am I saying this? ECW has proven to be the most successful UN Global Fund in terms of the speed that we have managed to convince donors to mobilize around what is our focus? Education. We've managed to mobilize, since we were created, around $800 million. But the important part here is how much have we been able to leverage off thanks to our intervention. So we are very well aware that 800 million doesn't even begin to cover it all. But our role is not to respond to all the needs. Our role is to be that catalyst. And this is why we stand ready to support you once the costed plans are ready, they're clear, to actually be able to carry the voice to raise that fund. We're here in the region through our of course, the first emergency responses, a short-term, one-year funding that are not the answer to what we've been discussing. But we also have, and all of your countries are aware of this, the multi-year resilience programs that are supposed to be catalysts. And what we have noticed is that in terms of the funding that is leveraged, it's at country level that we have the best capacity to leverage that fund. This morning, the colleagues from Uganda and from Sudan told us about what was leveraged through the IDA 18 and IDA 19 refugee, sub-refugee and host community window. There's a massive leverage there at country level. The EU funding, in fact, is at country level. The GIZ is here very present, has accompanied us through the beginning and is continuing to be with us here. AFD, the French cooperation, etc. We have means of leverage at country level that surpasses what we can leverage off at regional and or global level. And so this is why it's very important for us to work together at the regional level to be able to support the country level, because that is where the money is. That is where we can leverage through the catalyst role that we have. So the education cannot wait is part of the response, of course, and we trust we have contributed, though I haven't quite heard education cannot wait's funding when in the presentation, if I can say, was not quite mentioned, and I will not tell Yasmin about that. I don't think she will be happy to hear that. But we are present in the countries with that catalyst funding that we're ready to trigger and renew for those of you who have multi-year resilience programs that are coming to the end and are ready for renewal. But we need more cooperation. We need more actors around us, and that takes me to my last point. The costed plans are very important, and what I have seen and heard in the discussion is that we are not clear as a region yet in terms of what goes in those plans. We've talked about inclusion several times. Inclusion would require this. Inclusion is not just this. Inclusion needs to also help us overcome the barriers. And I was talking about it with Dr. Kebede, and we were thinking that it might be really worth our while having a regional, under IGAD's leadership, a regional meeting, workshop, really at technical level, for us together to discuss what needs to go into these costed plans, to enable us to complete them, and then very much have then a launch. And that's where we put all the weight that we can for that advocacy for resource mobilization that we will need behind those plans, as we were reminded this morning. The costed plan is only the first step. It isn't actually the end. It's the step that gives us the platform to mobilize the funds. So these were a few points on my side, Dr. Kebede. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fadila, for those reflections. Yeah. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I just want to go over some of these items before I relinquish the floor to the August gathering. Just to I think, as I said earlier, we are talking about sharing responsibilities, and also to underline that we, on this part of the continent, those of us who are hosting refugees, and also governments that form this entity called IGAD are helping the international community mobilize funds. I think that's very important to note. We help our partners to mobilize funds. We help ECW, we help GPE, especially this year, to raise $4 billion last summer. So we are not only just saying bring this, bring that, but we are also contributing to the international community's responsibility sharing to those that are leading the different programs. That's very important. On the other hand, I think on the IGAD ECW partnership, since we have a lot of partners and we are here because we had partners since the adoption of the Djibouti declarations. I would mention here, and the person is sitting in front of me just joining, of IGAD, the government of Germany, that has been really a lifeline for the Djibouti declaration. So we have a number of partners, we work with them, and we value that partnership. That's very important. Coco, most welcome. Then the next point, I think, about the costed plans of action, why you have not heard here in this house much as you heard about inclusion. That this is not a platform for the costed plans themselves, because if we start talking about the costed plans and what goes into each of them from the 7 countries, 5 countries who had the plan, it would take us maybe more than a week. As we agreed in our bilateral conversations, we will organize a separate session for understanding the costed plans, and then what happened because of them or without them, and then what needs to happen in the process of implementing the costed plans of action. I think, I guarantee you, in the first quarter or the early second quarter of the year, we will organize on that information sharing, knowledge sharing on the process of developing the costed plans, and also where we are, how much each country is looking for because of the costed plan. And then we go into the different sectors for which the cost is made. I thought that's very important. But I think we want to have a clear understanding that this Djibouti declaration is a very forward-looking tool, that it actually emphasizes on aligning. Alignment is very important. And then solidarity, coherence. I'm advised by my director that the new arrivee, Her Excellency Kokowe Haile Gabriel, takes the floor to greet all of us and then say a few words about the partnership between IGAD and IGAD. So we are joined now by another major partner. So I think these are some of the things that we'll continue to really explore, we'll continue to clarify, and then one important point I think until Kokowe is coming is that the support that we have from ECW has not been fully implemented because of the COVID encounter. We are now hiring all the people. They are on board, and from January, we will have all those agreed activities delivered and reported in time. Thank you very much. I have taken the liberty as chair to give the floor to my colleague, Kokowe, since she is arriving. Koko, welcome.
This is unexpected. I actually wanted to just sneak in and get abreast of the process. I've been following from afar yesterday, and I was very impressed by member states' presentations, at least the ones that I saw. I'm very happy that, thank you. Okay, I can use this one, yes. I'm very happy that the Djibouti Declaration, which 2017, and it's been said many times, has been really a model process in the sense that the national consultations, the work that has been done by governments to actually also relate and implement this declaration has been commendable. To that end, I must say that I'm really looking forward also to have a closer cooperation also with ECW and hopefully also GPE going forward, because I think the process needs a lot of support from all kinds and all ends. I briefly heard also the statement by the refugees yesterday saying infrastructure is a problem where some of us can really not do something. So I think we need to look at also what kind of partner base we can also find to increase the funding to increase also the quality of education, etc. I'm also happy that some of the teacher training partners are here as well. So for us, this was a really great exercise to really look at what concretely can be done, taking out something from the declaration like quality education, and try and really do something very hands-on. And I think IGAD has really led the process very well. And I commend IGAD for the efforts done on the part of Djibouti Declaration. I hope that more and more partners will come on board. Short statement here.
Thank you, Coco. Most welcome. And we will hear, we have promised that we will hear from the teacher training experience, and we are happy Particip is here. So definitely that is one success story that we really want to flag off, a very productive partnership between IGAD and the government of Germany through IGAD and through Particip. Thank you very much. Chair, we are back to you, maybe for reflections from the floor on this issue. If there are questions, we will be ready here to suggest answers, not come. We give the floor back to the chair.
Thought I gave it back to you. Yeah, please. Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity. Actually, I should also appreciate for those who have already presented some excellent work that's going on each member state. I would like to say something about the inclusion and the responsibility sharing, which is now presented. As per a recent research that has been conducted by the German Development Institute, Geneva University, and the Research Institute of Peace and Security Studies, the problem with the inclusion is there are certain areas where there is a parallel structure, one that is administered or run by international actors or humanitarian agencies, and the Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, that is the agency for Ethiopia's Agency for Refugees, and the ones, other structures that are run by the local governments. So these two parallel systems have not the same capacity. They don't have the same level of, when it comes to, for example, one is specifically for refugees, those are administered by ARA, and the other one is for the local communities. For those that are run by ARA, they are better off relatively, because they have, the support of the international actors and all the things that they need. But those that are run by the local communities, there is a gap in terms of capacity, in terms of resource, in terms of even understanding the issue of the concept of inclusion and stuff like that. So I think, so there is a difference in, that there is a gap in this area. So I think it would be great if we do a kind of, or commission a kind of research, evidence-based research, to understand where each member state is on the issue of inclusion and responsibility sharing,
and then understand the difference, the gap, so that we can, a kind of comprehensive plan can be developed, so that we bring up. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then the gap will continue to exist, or it might even widen. So evidence-based research is, I think, something that we need to know. We need to do it so that we understand the issue of. Otherwise, the gap cannot be closed. So, having said this, what I would say is, how can we now close this gap and bring our efforts together so that we improve the inclusion status of each member country, and then the responsibility will be shared, so that we don't leave, kind of, yeah, that's what I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further comments? Oh, yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Kabedi. Thank you, Education Cannot Wait. I have one issue to raise. I think from yesterday, there has been a very strong challenge about capacity building, and I thought we would make recommendations, because everybody is coming up with the issue of capacity building. But going forward, what do we do as member states? Are we going to be here lamenting up to the end of the conference without a strong recommendation? I thought education in emergence, which has been a very big challenge, what have we done as IGAD? For example, do we have a regional humanitarian training center, for example? Can we be in strong partnership with existing institutions and we develop curriculum to handle humanitarian approaches or emergencies, like what has happened with other international organizations? My colleagues from UNHCR here can testify. UNHCR has been in strong partnership with some institutes, and they design courses particularly to help them on refugee matters. I have seen one strong partnership in Italy at the Institute of Humanitarian Law, where they developed a curriculum in refugee law, and that was a very strong partnership. So people from different countries are seconded to go and attend courses in refugees, because they realized that most of the administrators in the refugee world did not even know what a refugee is. So there was a need. Now, using that example, can we have one in the region? If resources cannot allow, can we have a strong partnership with one of the institutions, and then we look for donors and people who can support IGAD, and we design our own curriculum in relation to emergencies and humanitarian approaches, so that we fix this gap of capacity building. Otherwise, the teachers we have may be very good, may be professional, but they don't have this background of emergency response. And I think it's our duty as IGAD within the region to provide this coordination and strong partnership. In doing that, I hope the issue of capacity building we shall have done good justice to capacity building. That's my recommendation, and if it can be captured in tomorrow's recommendation. Thank you.
It's actually a very important point, and hopefully it will be taken up by the Secretariat to reflect upon in the future deliberations, and to see whether there is a need for an action plan based on this. Thank you. Anybody comments? Any more comments?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I just have a couple of comments. One about when I thank the guy who mentioned the security concern. I also want the people also talk about peace building and sustainable peace, because this is very important for our region, you know. That's one thing. Also, going back to the floor, and there's a discussion around the donor alignment, and I think one of our concerns is we're most of like donor-driven projects, you know. If there's money, people go back and just very quick, design a project and just go hit the ground running. Okay. We also feel like there's also some sort of donor fatigue of like, there's a lot of issues going on around the globe. People are talking about climate change. We have refugees here. We have refugees in Afghanistan. We have Syria. We have this and that. So I think we need also to have a new modality of fundraising. We need to tap into non-traditional donors. Okay, we need to create a new modality for that. Okay, I don't know how, but it's one of the things that we need to think about. We're all behind the IGAD, education can wait. Thank you, education can wait. The reason why we it's not mentioned, at least for the case in Sudan, is this the first year. Most of the funding is small funding here and there with the agencies. It's not like a big intervention compared with GBE, for example. But we are all going to the same donors, okay? So we need to change the approach, I think, and maybe come up with different ways of fundraising. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I'm very excited about these new ideas. Actually, not quite new, but they are really very interesting and very important. Particularly, this is trying to, express extra concern about security and peace building capacities and looking outside from the traditional friends or partners to another new partners as well, which means that to think out of the box, actually. These are all very interesting and very important points that should be looked into taken up seriously by the rest. by IGAD. Okay, yes, this gentleman? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the presenters, Dr. Kabadi and ECW representative for the inspiring presentations. Sometimes we say there is an opportunity in every challenge. I'm thinking that this refugee education is becoming, although there are lots of problems associated with it, it is becoming an opportunity for us to come together and think about integration. That is a very good opportunity. Perhaps for a proper integration to happen at IGAD level, I think we need to start a serious dialogue and discussion at a national level. If we are not seriously discussing about the issue at a national level, it is very difficult to talk about this IGAD integration. So I just want to give a kind of assignment for all of us to start serious dialogue at a national level. I have never seen in my country this refugee education and so many, and among so many other issues, being seriously discussed. So I think it is high time now that we talk about strategies, ways of implementing it at a national level. And then it's possible to bring the idea on board to this IGAD level. That is the first issue I just want to comment. The other thing is, for proper IGAD level integration to happen, we need to have evidences, we need to have data. So I'm suggesting that IGAD may take the initiative to map out the resources we have. Who are the refugees at the IGAD level in terms of education, in terms of gender, in terms of disability? I know UNHCR has made some modest attempt to map out the situation of refugees and refugee children who are eligible for education, but we need to do a lot to come up with very clear knowledge about our people. Who are they? What is the need they have? So I think that is assignment number one. And again, the same mapping is needed to be made with respect to the partners. Who are the partners working on refugees and refugee children and refugee education in general? How is it possible to come to the same table and share responsibilities? I think the evidence, the statistics, the knowledge is very important. Once we do this, we need to have a database which is required to be updated annually, or it can be at regular intervals. Data is going to be outdated, so we need to keep revising it at a certain interval of time. And then I also suggest, it is very easy to suggest, but that is the only thing I can do, but it's good to create this kind of platform for experience sharing, particularly for critical stakeholders. We need to share experiences, we need to come more on this kind of discussion, so that we learn one from the other, so that we very well understand one another. But this is lucky. I'm an Ethiopian, I know a lot about Australian education, North American education, and what have you, but I've never haven't had the slightest information about education in Djibouti. So I suggest that particularly critical stakeholders need to be given opportunities to come together and learn about experiences at IGAD level. Thank you.
It seems that I thought people are coming a little bit hungry for lunch, and they are not going to think properly, but it seems that they are. Sometimes if you are hungry, your mind starts to work harder. Very interesting ideas as well, and thank you very much indeed. As he said, it's easy to suggest, but it is really very important to suggest. Okay, and yes, please.
Thank you, Prof. And also thanks to the delegates. I'll just try to maybe respond to some of the comments made to IGAD. And I think the whole purpose that we are here is, as the IGAD actually, is how we can actually collect all the strong recommendation that will be also forwarded to our policy organ meetings. Let me start with the last point by the professor from Ethiopia. For having a frequent platform. I think this is the role and mandate of IGAD, and this is the whole purpose also that we're having today, this platform from the member state of the IGAD, and it will be continuing. And I think that this is why we're having actually convening these quite regularly and regional meetings in order our member state to share the experience and the challenge. I will also come to one also point raised by the Uganda delegate regarding the refugee law. Yet, it is very important, and I think here we have all the universities presented by the high level, and I think what we need is how we can work together with one or two universities and actually come up with a curricula when we can have an harmonized curricula in order for our member state, with UNHCR to have their training. I think this is one of them. Regarding also the point raised by the delegate from Ethiopia, also behind Dr. Faisal. Yes, first, evidence base is very important, and also as the IGAD, in all our programs, what we are doing, we are also convening and also as first start to do an assessment of any issue, policy, etc. So evidence is very important, and this is also point is well taken, and I think it will be also conducted in next year. And regarding actually, just also to remind the meeting, this is a high-level conference on Djibouti Declaration, not only for refugees, returnees, and host community. Host community is very important, and this is why also our member state, they're also going to the World Bank or African ADB, actually to even have a loan on how they can support their host community. Donc from host community means also to refugees. Donc please, I think if we can, in all recommendations, that all this also as a sector of category of population to be included. I think this is just what I want to add, but I will also I'll give Prof, if your permission, Dr. Usman also want to add. Thank you,
Sure,
Prof.
please.
Merci.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for the excellent presentations and the innovations and the creative idea that we have had over the last 2 days. And thank you also to my colleague from Uganda for the innovation that we faced. And I can see that the great efforts that exerted by our member states in capacitating and improving the refugee education sector in our region. But I believe that also is a good opportunity for all of us now to coordinate these efforts and efforts of the scholarships and improving the education in our region in a better organized and equitable way. I really agree with Director Fakir on also, we need also to give more focus also on the host communities. Again also, yes, of course, we have, in IGAD, we have established a specialized unit coordinated by my colleague, Professor Kabedi, and I think that we have the expertise and the capacity to coordinate some of these activities and the declarations that we have in the last few years. So thank you very much. I think that
Thank you so much. I think it's 1 o'clock at the moment. I don't know whether my clock is right or not. So I'm giving it back to the podium there to Professor Kabede in order to house declaration or whatever that is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Chair. I think if we just if 1 minute reflection back to the panelists here, 1 minute each, and then we go for lunch.
I'm told to start, so I'll start. Thank you so much for the various points. In 1 minute, I'll go back to just a few. Won't try to answer all of the and address all of the points that were made, but perhaps we'll focus on the matter, the point about needing to map where the resources are already on the ground. So basically, how much money do we already have versus how much is needed? And that goes back to the issue of the costed plans, but also tells us how much is already mobilized. By whom? That's very important. Which actors? And behind those actors, if those actors are not donors themselves, which donors are there? And that mapping is very important, and where? And it's not just at country level, but we need to dig down to regions. As we know, crisis affected children in education are not necessarily split or spread around the country in a harmonized way. There may be areas where we need to focus more, and so this mapping would be extremely important and useful, I think, to help us with the fundraising for the next wave that we will be needing once the costed plans are in place. There was a very interesting point about peace building, and indeed we've talked, and I was also speaking to the humanitarian development nexus, but there is a triple nexus, isn't there, in particular in areas that have been torn by war, by conflict, and the need to bring in also the peace component, and that is also something that could be very much reflected in these costed plans, because we know that we can't build sustainable solutions, and that is very much what we've been talking about, without addressing those root causes, in particular in areas of return, whether they're areas of return for refugees or return of IDPs. That peace consolidation, peace building, conflict management, conflict resolution component might be an element that could also sit in the costed plans where it makes sense locally. And I'll finish with where basically I left my intervention, with very much the need for us to come together at that technical level to discuss what needs to go into inclusion. Inclusion is, as one of the delegates made it, it's inclusion in what exists at the national level, because we have made the experience of parallel systems, either by NGOs, their own curriculum, or the national curriculum of the country of origin in the host country, and we know that ultimately that is not the solution. Inclusion is about including the refugees, the returnees, back into the national system of the country where they are. And so that is very much from there that we need to build what kind of curricula, and where there are gaps, what kind of programs do we need to put in place. And this is why in my opening statements on Monday, I very much stress the complexity at hand and the need for us to tackle it very concretely beyond the policy level, at program level. What is it that we need in each of our countries in the region, given the specific regional and local? Now you dig down to the local level, addressing the point made by our first intervener. In terms of programs, in terms of interventions, etc. So again, this technical workshop will be really very much needed for us to all come together out of it with an agreed understanding of what we're trying to achieve through that inclusion. Thank you very much.
She's actually said it all, but no problem. Now, from my end, I would really also like to reiterate the issue of inclusion. When we talk about, for instance, a database on persons of concern, refugees and IDPs, I'd rather really look into the IMIS systems that are in countries, or are they there or not, the education management information systems. Are they in place? Are they including, are they disaggregated by also refugees and IDPs, etc.? Are they updated? Where do we stand? In which country do we have those systems in place? So a study going into such a pre-existing information system, it would probably be something that I would really recommend, rather than having yet another study on how many refugees do we have, how many refugee learners or IDP learners, returnees do we have. That would be something that would really find a system to keep abreast of the numbers within the National Education Management Information System. I think that would also speak to the issue of inclusion and how we deal with inclusion. And I think also what the Djibouti Declaration has really beautifully put is really the 5 major issues on regards to standards and accreditation and certification, quality education, etc., etc. And I think there, I don't know how we can get that sort of guideline of what do we look at when we speak about quality. What does that actually signify? What standards are minimum standards that we would want to push on the regional level? Things like that also probably would also help guide how we want to further the issue of inclusion in the region. I think the regional qualification framework is going to take care of some of the issues, but then there are also other things that we should really look at also as those five, let's say, thematic areas of the Djibouti declarations are concerned. Yes, I think in regards to having a separate curricula, etc., I don't believe in it in such a sense, because I'm very much for the inclusion part, and looking at national curricula and regional curricula would actually would probably not be speaking to the national curricula that are there. But what would help, and I think also that's from experiences that we've had, is really looking at what sort of curricula are in one country and comparing and looking how they can learn from each other and enrich each other is another issue, rather than having something where you think we have a regional curriculum for anything. But I think generally also when it comes to non-traditional partners, there's the IGAD support platform actually also that was launched in 2019, for the Nairobi process, where the Djibouti Declaration is also part of. And I think also on such a level, there's also a need to be very visible with the learnings from cluster plans and mappings on what do we have, and who are the partners that are already investing in education, and where do we see opportunities to galvanize more support. And that's actually also what the IGAD support platform is there to do. So I think also there's more and more national consultations also to take care of the coming together on a national level to really keep abreast of the system. So I think that IGAD is already doing, but maybe there's also a way to think about it, how best, input into the IGAD support platform, and how best be visible in regards to what are the gaps that have been identified in the process. I think also the M&E framework that was developed also with the support of UNICEF would also be very helpful to be able to do these things. So with that, I hand over to you, Dr. Kabede.
I'll not be long. Thank you very much, Coco. Thank you very much, Fadila. Just to agree that we need to have a series of consultations, a series of dialogue and platforms. I think that's very important. And to do that, I think we need to work on mapping, on data, and on monitoring and evaluation processes. We have the tool, and we'll discuss this one in this conference, and then once we have it agreed, we'll continue using it to track progress. So that's very important. And then I think the technical preparation for the full implementation of the inclusion agenda, and then especially the partnership between IGAD and ECW are completed. A series of capacity building support will be provided to member states from January onwards to consolidate the national costed plans of action, update if there is a need, because the first ones were developed in 2018 and 19 before COVID, and then there could be a need for revamping them, and then that's where we are now. We have recruited the right experts. The experts are already on board as of now. And then we will start the serious planning and implementation for the next half of the year. And then we will have a lot of progresses to report between January and June. And then I think all this will lead to the firming up of the consolidation of all what we have achieved, and then plan for the next 5 years of the Djibouti Declaration. So I think, as Madam Fatia rightly pointed out, we are talking about refugees as special categories of population, but education is a continuous process. Education is for everyone, and education is immediate, that we address the specific needs of the different categories of population. What would be refugees in the next 2-3 years might not be in the next 10 years. The displaced populations, if we try to do our best to prevent conflict and then also rehabilitate and ensure post-conflict recovery, they will not be there. So I think this plan for education is something part of, we consider as part of the development humanitarian nexus. The development part is very much important as we also focus on the humanitarian response. So I think IGAD is prepared to move ahead, bring in all partners and then also the member states for all necessary consultations. I think with this one, we hand back the floor to His Excellency Professor Hunud for lunch announcement. Lunch will be in the same place, and then we are just a bit behind the time for lunch, so we come exactly 8 o'clock. Later, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. No, I'm speaking from Ethiopian perspective. 2 o'clock or 14. So 40 minutes for lunch, please.
Excuse me, why don't you just be a little bit benevolent and make it 1 hour? Make it 2:15.
1 hour.
Yeah, just 1 hour. Yeah, make it 1 hour. I mean, it makes it. You are ruled out anyway. Mr. Chair, you need a handover of the chair, or just you will assume? Mr. Chair, now you have the floor to chair.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just greet your friend, Corona Way. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Charlie Subiero from Kenya. I've been requested to chair this session. So, before I mention much, I wanted to take this opportunity to welcome you for this session. Our discussion will be on Kampala Declaration, but I'll give my colleague from IGAD, Yemis. The name is a bit difficult, but Yemis Cherech. I'll give my colleague time to give you a brief overview of the same. Then we have our colleagues from Kampala, Uganda, and Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. They will also give us some few remarks later on. Otherwise, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you after lunch. Feel at home. Let me give my colleague time to address you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll give an overview why we're discussing the Kampala Declaration that focuses on jobs, livelihood, and self-reliance. We've been hearing, listening to different presentations the last day and a half about Djibouti Declaration on education, particularly the inclusion agenda, but I think it's important to look at the overall IGAD framework, why we're talking about the Djibouti Declaration, but also the Kampala one. As we all know, it's most of us, or some of us, has been engaged in the discussion on the Nairobi Declaration to find durable solution, which member states made the commitment in 2017. And the Nairobi Declaration had made 3 thematic commitments. The first one being on education, particularly education inclusion, the second one on jobs, livelihood, and self-reliance, the third one being the health. The health meeting has been held last week. But when we come to Kampala Declaration, it was in 2019 that the IGAD member states made the commitments to find durable solution in the areas of jobs, livelihood, and self-reliance for refugees, returnees, and host communities. The Kampala Declaration and it has also a plan of action which has identified 5 thematic areas. The first one being creating the enabling environment, which includes making sure that we have the policy framework, the legal frameworks that would allow refugees, returnees to engage in job creation or gainful employment. So right to work, work permit, access to different services such as financial services, but it also looks at, secondly, on the role of private sector, particularly on the creation of jobs, livelihood, which brings us to the issue of skills development. And then why we're also talking about was today in line with the Djibouti Declaration, because the skill development as part of the Kampala Declaration looks at how can we engage, first of all, the private sector in the manner of public-private partnership to create jobs for refugees, host communities, as well as returnees. But the skills also, when we talk about skill development, we want them to have marketable skills. And then that will feed also into in the inclusion agenda, particularly using the national TVET structures for refugees to have access to vocational training, and which will lead also ultimately to self-reliance. But thirdly, the Kampala Declaration looks at sustainable return and reintegration, particularly looking at access to documentation, making informed decision when people want to go back to the country of origin in a voluntary manner. Fourthly, the declaration addresses the issues of natural resource management, particularly the use of green energy, but also using existing conflict management mechanisms to address any dispute that might arise either between refugees and host communities or among the refugees themselves. Finally, we have the issues of regional coordination, financing, monitoring, which is very much now under the framework of the IGAD support platform, which looks at the thematic issues, but also have a coordinated structure to share lessons, but capture knowledge, but also bring all the different IGAD partners to support the IGAD Secretariat and the implementation of the support platform, but also the thematic areas of the one I mentioned. So the idea of this discussion here is we have representatives from the government of Uganda, we have representatives from the government of Ethiopia, and then as a chair of Kenya to share their experience how the two countries have made progress in terms of the GRF pledge they made and the TVET structure, but also how the TVET structures have been used to include refugees and returnees to create, to provide training opportunities, but also the skills aspect, skill development for this particular group, and then how the private sector has been engaged with the two countries. So we will hear from the two countries their experiences, but at the same time, we also want to hear from the audience their reflection, because we have different member states here that have also worked in this area, but also partners that have been working with IGAD, particularly GIZ, who has been supporting both the IGAD Secretariat, but also bilaterally with the different countries. So I'll hand over to the chair, and then we'll hear the experience from the two countries. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, our colleague from IGAD Secretariat. She has educated you enough. You can clap for her. You can also clap for yourselves. Thank you very much. So we are concerned with the Kampala Declaration, as he has explained. As we focus on this particular area, we must ask ourselves, what is the future of our refugees? You are a refugee, but you are not just a person who is just past tense. We are looking at you as a future tense also. We are looking at you as a person who should be able to lead a good life, who should be self-reliant, who should be skills-oriented, who should be able to be marketable, who should be relevant in his or her area when you go back to your country willingly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be chairing the session. The role of a chair is very simple. You only listen, you put a full stop, a question mark, and a comma, and then we just continue. With those few remarks, allow me to declare that now we have our colleagues from Ethiopia and Uganda. They will take us through their experiences. I wanted to request you to listen keenly. We have our friend from Ethiopia, Danie Darcha. Just carry up your hand so that they can see you well. Clap for him. We have another colleague of ours, Joseph Kikomeko from Uganda, Kampala. Carry up your hand. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to request Joseph Kikomeko to set the ball rolling. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, the moderator from IGAD and members of this August House. And the Kampala Declaration, of course, as you're being informed, is all about the jobs, livelihood, and the self-reliance for refugees, returnees, and the host communities. The situation in Uganda is slightly different from other countries. Uganda is a country that, I should say, welcomes refugees. Right now, there could be a number of them crossing from DR Congo because of what is going on. But then, when they come in the country, sometimes they find it difficult to integrate in the communities because the settlements are within the communities. But now them integrating in the communities, it becomes difficult. This was maybe in the past it used to be so difficult, but the situation is improving. What do we do, or what is the government doing? In the first place, the Uganda model, of course, allows or it permits these refugees to work, to utilize government-provided health facilities, and allowed to join the primary education freely. Primary education in Uganda is free. You don't need to ask as long as the refugee is registered, walks in, and then goes to school. That's the bottom line. These refugees, of course, once they are given where to stay, government has land. Refugees are allocated land, those who are interested in cultivation. They provide their food. Some is for consumption. Those who are interested in selling, they bring their foods to the market, such that they are given an enabling environment of survival before other entities come in to support them with what? With food. Now, coming to the point of the jobs, of livelihood, and then self-reliance. Government has put in place an enabling environment where vocational training centers have been established in the settlement areas. These ones are being supported also by the host communities in the sense that the host communities also have got now access to institutions which were not there before. So refugees, returnees, or mentioned those category of people who are looking for asylum, the asylum seekers, they join these institutions and then they get the skills. Some are not actually fully established training centers, vocational training centers, but then we call them the non-formal training centers. We identify the local artisans in the area or people who have the competences in particular trades of interest. Say, as you saw in the presentation in the morning, one is really an unexperienced motorcycle mechanic. That person, if he's willing to train others, we equip or we enable, we empower that person with the competencies of delivering the skills to others. So those centers are created in a number of trades depending on the interests of the refugees and the communities, and then training goes on. Normally it is 3 months, of course with support from our development partners. Even the government has invested a lot of money. Actually, every year we invest around 4 billion in this to ensure that the people who are interested in acquiring the skills that are needed in the world of work actually do get the skills. Training is done either by the local artisans or by the TVET trainers who are professional. And at the end of the day, these people are assessed, and the assessment is occupational competencies assessment. It could be, like say, 3 months, but then one who is training, say, in motorcycle mechanic, is not going to be a motorcycle mechanic full, but then he has those parts, maybe one is specialized in, say, maybe the braking system, maybe the ignition system, maybe the suspension system, and then the person has those competencies, depending on how he wants it to be or how she wants it to be. People are assessed and then certified. What are they given to enable them be integrated in the world of work? We either give them the modular certificates indicating the module one has attained this module and has attained the competences. Others who are interested are given we call the workers' pass. I want this to be got clearly. Workers' pass, not a permit, workers' pass. We say workers' pass, practically acquired skills. Workers' pass, the pass is uppercase, practically acquired what? Skills. That has been done. We have put in place the National Apprenticeship Framework. That is by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Services. This one is also supporting the same area. Pilot schemes have been put in place, and they are run by the hotel and tourism industry, and also caters for refugees in that area. They are also free. The refugees are free after acquiring those competences to set up their own enterprises. This is very common because since the host communities also have the competences, you set up your enterprise. Either you have got a tailoring workshop, you have maybe a motorcycle mechanic, whatever garage workplace, or one is having carpentry, anything where one has the competences. They are allowed to set up those enterprises and they begin work. Those who have got the certificates and are interested in joining other private enterprises, definitely they are given the opportunity. They don't discriminate that may say you are not a Ugandan. No. What is important is you have the competences that are required to ensure that you steer the workplace where you've joined and also benefit on that side. But as we do this, we first of all need to identify which particular jobs are required, because we don't simply train in anything. Labor market scans are conducted first. Identify which jobs are essential, which job is on, which job is going to take some time. And that's why it is conducted, the labor market scan is conducted, and after it has been conducted, by the Directorate of Industrial Training, we develop assessment training packages. We call them assessment training packages, where first of all, we profile occupations. For example, we find that area requires maybe tilers. See, these days everywhere there are tiles. Maybe it is solar. And then training modules are developed that is tailor-made towards that, and the ones which are used by the experts or the local artisans to ensure that it's progress what? The skills. In 2019, we launched the TVET policy. It's a new policy which also streamlines all these issues regarding TVET training. That one is also supporting us so much, and we are here to put in place the TVET Council. But when you go to the details of the TVET Council, it really opens up to all people in Uganda, living in Uganda, and are interested in acquiring skills that are demanded in the world of work. Now, I should say, what are the best practices in this area? There is improvement in the access of TVET through the establishment of what? The vocational training centers, whether training institutions or centers which are mobile. Access, refugees are free to access. And the best practice again, because in the host communities where communities used to reject refugees, that time refugees could be brought, and then maybe in their places where they stay, water is provided, the health facilities are provided. So what government has done is to ensure that it adds on more services. If there was one health facility, they put maybe two others depending, such that the host communities also benefit that. The road networks are also improved upon, and other facilities. So now each, that is the refugees and host communities, actually they hitchhike, that is they rely on one another, they don't reject one another, they work together. Okay, if one is setting up a business here, of course you will buy from that one, and either way, okay? So that is also a good practice. And the element of conducting the labor market scan is so good, because you find there are countries where training is going on. But then you ask, who are you training for? At the end of the day, where are these people going to work? Are these skills wanted? So ours, we training for a purpose. You can't be given a program to undertake without knowing where and what you're going to do. Another best practice is partnership with the UN and the UNHCR and other organizations. These ones have actually supported us so much. And also these refugees and host communities, to ensure that at least they have the jobs and they are self-reliant. After training, we work with the development partners, even the government itself, when it has the resources. The trainees, at the end of the training, they are provided with startup kits, such that one doesn't go barehanded and then it begins to do nothing. However, what the challenge is, you give individuals the startup kit, sometimes they end up selling them. But of course, we try to follow up to ensure that at least these people, especially if they're in the groups, they are able to utilize the startup kits and they benefit. That is a very good practice of providing the startup kits. Under the Federation of Uganda Employers, we have a job portal. Whoever has got the competence or the skills that are required in the world of work, the details are got from the person and then they are posted on the portal, where the employer, a potential employer, interacts with the employee. If we are a plumber, a competent plumber, the employer who is in need of a plumber will get you. And then this one does not discriminate whether you're a refugee or a citizen. This one is also supported by the TVET Skills Gateway, which has also been developed by the support of UNESCO, under the BEAR 2, that is Better Education for Africa Rise 2 project in Uganda. We have a TVET Skills Gateway, whereby still the employer and the employee who has got the competences, they do interact, and then the jobs are also provided. Further to that, we have got the BTVET Management Information System in the country. It's a big one also, and does the same work. We have to know where our graduates are, people have got the competencies in the different occupations, and they are able to be given work. And there are also clear policy frameworks for the TVET that is in the country. I think where we are doing well, and the refugees are not actually in a very bad situation since they are allowed to move freely within the country. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are happy and grateful for that nice presentation. So what I wanted to request is that we become patient. At least we have heard from Uganda. So now I wanted to request that we listen to Ethiopia. From there, we shall have an opportunity to interact. Clap for him again. Okay, thank you very much. At this juncture, I wanted to welcome our colleague from Ethiopia, Daniel Darcha from Ethiopia. Welcome him with a hearty clap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And I think for introduction, my name is Daniel, and I'm representing Ethiopia just on the behalf of refugees and Returnees service. This name is a bit. And previously, we used to call the organization was called as ARA, Agency for Refugees and Returning Affairs. But following the recent executive restructuring, our organization is called RRS, Refugees and Returning Service. And I think this organization is managing just refugee affairs in the country. And following this, I want to thank just IGAD Secretariat, because it is because of IGAD. Currently, this refugee inclusion is becoming an agenda of IGAD member states. So I want to thank, and please let us clap for them. And following this, I think, as you know, that Ethiopia is really one of the country implementing or rolling out the so-called CRRF, meaning this initiation was started since 2016, and after 2016 onward, we are doing a lot of activities, and inclusion is becoming an agenda of the government of Ethiopia. And most recently, we are just heavily just working on that, and education is free for refugees in Ethiopia, because according to the recent law just acted in 2019, just all just refugee educations and other privileges were properly just articulated in that proclamation. And I think education, general education, is free for refugees. They are equally just enjoyed with the nationals. Then after the end of second general education, meaning after completion of grade 12, just we are providing special scholarship education. I know that I'm out of the scope, but I want to highlight the progress we made. And in Ethiopia, scholarship education is really very promising, because we launched this program since 2011. It is 11 years back, and since the launching of this program, more than 4,500 refugees were just benefited from refugee scholarship education. And some of them are graduated. Even according to our recent assessment, some of them are back to their country of origin and serving their government. So Ethiopia is working a lot on especially the broader scope called regional integration, because we feel that these people, especially those graduates who went back to their country of origin, will immensely help us in regionalizing or integrating the region. So this is something that I want to highlight. And most recently, our system is open to accommodate especially refugees at higher education level. And even for 2021 calendar year, more than 830 students were just joined our public universities. Especially most of them are automatically just placed in Ethiopian public universities. Meaning, for your information, we have more than 45 public universities in the country, and almost all universities are just receiving refugees and they are attending their class. So this is a good thing and a best practice to be noted in this forum. Then coming to the Tibet and the livelihood sector, just as you know that in our recent proclamation, the Tibet system is fully captured in that law, and this level, especially, this Tibet sector was forgotten sector in the education system for a long time, because we focus on general education, and then we jump to tertiary education, and then we miss in between. And I think most recently, following the Global Refugee Forum undertaken or held in 2019, just our government was pledged for the global communities to work on the TV sector and pledged to the world to provide access more than 20,000 refugees to benefit from refugees and host communities to benefit from this system. And the government created different enabling environment, meaning took initiatives which is benefiting the refugees and host communities in this sector. And regarding this, the policy and the legislative frameworks, of course, in the recent law, the TV sector was just highlighted in that law, and the refugees can equally treated as nationals, and they have opportunity to join public TV sectors. And then following this, I think the GIs, the German government was supporting this sector in Ethiopia, and I think we are expanding this TV sector by supporting regional TV colleges and the regional TV institution as well as the national institution by capacity building. When we say capacity building, it is both types. The first one is physical capacity, like supporting machineries and other just materials, which are very helpful for this TV schooling. And also, we are also providing support for TVET institutions in the country by training trainers, TOT training. We provide them, and then they are just providing schooling. And for this, for the last 3-4 years, around 3,100, especially refugees and host communities, just get training in TVET institution in the countries, and they get certificates, meaning the training what I'm talking is the one which is certified and accredited one, and I think refugees can compete in that one. The other thing what I want to highlight here is that in our recent law, following the law, we developed directives, implementation directives. In that directives, we clearly articulated, especially the job pathways for refugees or employment pathways. And we have 3 types of pathways. The first one is self-employment. After training, just refugees and the host community can be organized in forms of cooperatives and other just groupings. Then with support of partners by getting startup capital and others, then they can run their own business. This is self-employment. The other one is wage employment. Those who are trained and certified from TVET college, they will just engage or they will join the labor market of the country. That is the other way. The third one is joint project approach. In Ethiopia right now, any project initiated to benefit both communities, meaning both communities can have equal opportunity, meaning we are following 50-50 approach. They are equally engaged in that project, and they will benefit just as a wage employment. Just based upon the project investment, they can benefit from that aspect. So we have 3 pathways, and the refugees are just, I think, using that opportunity. The other thing, as part of enabling environment, we are providing the work permit. This is a system. We will provide them a work permit, and they are freely just moving the country in search of just job and others. So this is also another point to be considered as enabling environment. The other one is this recognition of their certificate, especially those who don't have especially certificate, but they have just skills they gain from their country of origin. I think by giving just immediate training, then they will engage in the labor market. The other one is the role of private actors and the civil societies. Especially in the GIZ programs, that is, we used to call CAP, Qualification and Employment Perspective. In these perspectives, before launching the training, we invite especially private companies, and then we used to discuss with them which type of work is affordable or it is accessible for refugees, and also we analyze the need in the market, and then based upon that, we jointly just initiate the training in the government TVET college, and then after the end of the graduation, then they will easily just engage, they will easily obtain jobs from this companies. So this is a linkage we created to benefit refugees and the host communities, especially at TVET level. So this is also a very important thing, because we created just a public-private platform, and we discuss and also we evaluate just their performance, especially our graduates. The other thing, when they graduate, especially the TV sectors, we provide them even incentive money just to serve the private companies freely, meaning the owners, the company owners will not pay anything, but we pay for them, for our graduates, until they master the skills and demanded by the markets or the owners. So this is also a good thing to be just scale up for just others, because of this, I think we are proud, especially companies are really willing to employ just our graduates from public TVET school. So these are something to update on that. The other issue, especially the Kampala declaration, of course, Ethiopia also pledged in this sector to provide more than 90,000 just jobs for those communities, both refugee and host communities. And after that, we are doing a lot of activities on that area, and based upon the recent data I have, even more than 17,000 refugees and the host communities benefited from this one. And I think these are the jobs created by partners. So this is also something to be noted by this forum. So these are some of the issues, but still we have challenges in this sector, because we have only one partner who is fully engaging in this sector, especially the GIZ. Just at the back, the German government is supporting this project, and if we have other just partners who are equally engaging in this sector, that means we can benefit refugees as well as host communities. So the funding issues, especially I remember the word that burden and the responsibility sharing principle. This should be respected by all just donors as well as other just government. Otherwise, it is difficult to meet just our target, and it is difficult to realize what we are talking in this forum. So these are some of the issues, and if you have questions, welcome, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we give hearty clap? Those have been very nice presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, you know very well that right from the Ugandan experience, Uganda welcomes refugees. Environment is created that is conducive for registration of refugees. About Uganda, we should also understand the fact that these refugees, they get all the necessary skills. They are supported by the government. They undergo TVET programs. support from the Ministry of Labor, Directorate of Industrial Training, and facilities are also provided for these friends of ours. The TVET path is also very, very clear for the refugees, asylum seekers, and other displaced people. On the Ethiopian side, you understood the fact that the environment has also been equally conducive in terms of policy and legal framework. Our colleagues also mentioned the provision of scholarship. These people are given opportunity to proceed up to university level. TVET has also been streamlined. Regional and TVET centers being strengthened with support coming from the government and other donors, work permits provided, recognition of certificates, and strengthening of public-private partnership. So those are the issues that are coming from both countries. And what is clear is that in our IGAD setup, our countries under IGAD, TVET has not been given the priority that it deserves, and I'm happy that our various countries are trying to strengthen the same, because for a very long time we focused on other levels. It is the same as somebody, a graduate, man or woman, slaughtering an animal. So now you want to slaughter the animal yourself, you want to boil the animal, you distribute it to all the participants, you want to eat it alone, etc. But now things are changing. This animal, you can easily, part of the work can be done under TVET level, part of the work other levels like that, so that if you are a graduate refugee, at least you also have part of the work to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give opportunity to our friend IGAD Secretariat to say some few remarks, then we open the floor. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ethiopia and Uganda, for sharing your experience. We heard how the enabling environment has helped in the inclusion agenda, the TVET, but also what you have done. I think it's also interesting to hear from Ethiopia the internship aspect, because that's also, when we talk about TVET, skill development, we have the training, but at the end of the day, we also want to create meaningful jobs. So through that process, the internship, the mentoring aspect is very key for refugees, but also for hosts, for anyone actually to join the market as part of the process. That's one point that I would like to highlight. But I think at the end of the day, we also have to look at refugees as opportunities. I think normally they've been portrayed as victims, but most of the intervention has been also in line as part of that. But if we look at them as productive citizens, or because they are at the end of the day, they're joining the market either by creating their own jobs or through the wage employment, so which is a big opportunity for a country that's hosting them. So it's important to look at that when we talk about inclusion. But I think maybe with these few remarks, I would like to give maybe the audience, if they can reflect from their own country experience, how the TVET structure has been used in their inclusion of refugees, but returnees particularly. I don't know if Somalia, because if there are experience that you can share with us on the issues of returnees, Somali returnees that were included in the national TVET structure. Because I think we heard from the two countries on the refugees and host communities, but it would be also interesting to hear the other groups' reflection, and also from other partners who have been supporting the different IGAD member states on the TVET structure, and how also what are, yes, we heard some best practices, but also what would you need as countries from different partners, whether it's the donors, the private sector, the non-traditional donors? What are the areas of support that you would like to see in terms of expanding your TVET structure, but also mobilizing or allowing more refugees to benefit from that structure? Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's clap for Yemis Raik from IGAD Secretariat. Thank you very much. I'm happy with your cooperation. Don't sleep. We want to open the floor for everybody. Yes, yes. You can set the ball rolling.
Thank you, Chair, for this very nice clapping session. We clap. I'm appealing. I am not taking the floor to ask questions, just to appeal that we scrap the session for questions and answers and we move to the next presentation, because we are really running behind the schedule in all the programmed events. So I'd like to ask the chair to conclude with another round of clapping, and then we can move to the... Thank you very much.
We understand what you have requested, but I just your indulgence, just one or two, then we, because of time, I just wanted to request just one comment, two comments, then we move to the next level, if you don't mind. One or two comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much appreciations to the presenters. Actually, that is something we have to learn a lot about. I think in terms of the skill development and employment, for Somalia, I think we have refugees, we have a lot of returnees. Our main issue is returns, and most of these returnees, they have skills. Probably they came from Dadaab or from Yemen, and actually through the private sector, they are in a better position whereby there is flexibility of them exercising their skills to get incentives, whether it is through humanitarian partners or through the private sector. So we have also a good number of refugees who have skills, which includes Yemeni refugees as well as Syrian refugees. Very professional people. They are doing a professional work, and the community is also doing a lot from their services, because there is no limitations when it comes to them getting or accessing employment, whether it is public or private. So it is good experience that we will buy from our colleagues, especially in terms of marketing needs, skills. And maybe one question I wanted to ask my colleague from Ethiopia. You mentioned that after the skills training, it's either someone makes self-employment or self-startup, or he ends up in the wage placement, which is the existing market companies. So you mentioned a third one, which was joint benefit approach. So if you could just expound on that, we would very much be very helpful. Thank you.
Sorry. Just I had something, just 1 minute. Yes, I saw your hand. 1 minute.
Mine was actually a question. It was a question on access, also because Kenya yesterday was talking about prior learning, and I know Ethiopia generally for TVET has you have to have the 10th grade, etc. So my question really is, how accessible is TVET in Ethiopia for those who have no certified prior learning? Is that the same way in Uganda? I felt that competencies were in the forefront, so there's a modular certification system there. So my question is actually to Ethiopia: is the access without 10th grade certificate possible to get a certified TVET? Certified certificate is wrong, but something like that. That's my question to Ethiopia. Thank you.
Okay, we can give them 1 second to answer.
All right. Thank you, Cocker, and I think you mentioned about access-related issues. And for this, I think I told you that there are 3 pathways for employment: self, wage, and a joint project approach. In joint project approach, when we say joint, that means any funding or any project initiated to benefit both communities, these projects are really free to receive refugees as well as host communities. That means refugees and host communities engage in these project activities without any constraint. Meaning RRS is responsible we provide them just a permit. Permit means just it serves resident. We used to call as residence permit, but it serves both work permit as well as residential permit. He can live anywhere he likes. That is the opportunity we have in the country. The other one is self-employment. Of course, self meaning just refugees as well as host community can organize themselves based upon the skill they had, what they gained from the training. They can organize themselves, and then they can follow the existing national system, meaning treated as a national. Just if they fulfill the national requirement, they can easily get certificates as well as other just preconditions, and then they can run their own business. And for your information, we have millionaires. That means we have refugees who created jobs and then became rich. Even though I'm worrying about the difference mentioned by one of the professors from Addis Ababa University, I think so. We are trying to keep the balance between the hosting regions, the hosting population as well as the refugees. Unless any imbalance created, it can be just social cohesion issue. Therefore, we are just working on that, and hopefully, I think, based upon the funding situation, we can also benefit both community equally as much as possible. So, regarding the permit, we developed the directives following the national legislation, that is the new refugee law. We developed a directive called work permit, which is dedicated for providing permission for refugees, and based upon that, they can easily enjoy just life in Ethiopia. So access is not as such difficult for refugees in Ethiopia.
Thank you. Our colleague from Uganda.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. On that, I did not get the question clearly well, but I look at the area of the work permits, say that those who are interested in joining the mainstream of government, they must get work permits. Of course, they must have to fulfill all that is required required by government. See, to join public jobs. That is very clear. But for the private sector, as long as you get the documents, again, see from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and then you're allowed. But for the rest of these small jobs, you do as any other Ugandan does. Taxes are paid, most of our taxes are indirect category of taxes. You say you want to set up a store in the market X, sugar, because what you pay when you buy sugar, when you buy fuel, there you are paying the taxes. So Uganda is a free country in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So based on the powers conferred upon me as the chair of the session, I want to declare that my job is almost coming to an end. What we should understand is that a refugee should be a job creator, not a job seeker, should be made as productive as possible. The role of TVET should be strengthened as much as possible. Even much more crucial is that we should try to work hand in hand with the private sector as collaborators. We should also ensure that our refugees are registered. We can get support from other people here and there to support refugee, asylum seekers, displaced people, such like, and even work hand in hand with the host communities. Even much more crucial is to create a conducive legal and policy framework for the improvement of the lives of our people. Let's do market survey as much as possible so that we know exactly what these people require. The skills should be as relevant as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, I want to thank you very much for listening. Clap yourself for listening. Clap to people on the tight table. Clap to our chairman on the other side. You can also clap for IGAD. And then clap for the Djibouti government for hosting us. Thank you very much and be blessed.
I think, Mr. Chair, it's only fair for the chair who has done a good job. One more clap.
Thank you, everyone. I think my presentation is loading. My name is Clara. I'm with the UNHCR Regional Bureau based out of Nairobi, where we cover 11 countries, all 7 of which are sitting around the room today. So I thought, because we've been speaking about inclusion so much, we would have a little bit more of a dedicated conversation around what exactly is inclusion. And I'm really glad I'm following on from the livelihood presentation that we just had, because this is really part of the reasons why we are fighting so hard to have an equitable, quality, inclusive education system. We can go to the next slide. And so, as part of UNHCR's strategic directions, we believe, and what we advocate for, is that we have to work together with member states so that we can provide inclusion for refugees into all national systems. So this includes health, education, as well as durable solutions for their displacement. And so everything that we are talking about today really forms a core mandate of our priorities and our strategic directions at UNHCR. Next slide, please. And so why do we talk about a regional approach? This is linked to the fact that within the region we see a lot of movement. Yesterday we heard from our colleague from South Sudan who mentioned that he'd been educated in Kenya and in Uganda, and because he was able to receive an accredited education, you see where he is today. He's sitting working for his own Ministry of Education. We just heard it from our colleague from Ethiopia as well, where he said so many returnees come and take up functions within their governments, within healthcare systems, within teaching systems. And so the best thing we can do for refugees while they're displaced is provide them with a quality education system, because it's not that they're going to be displaced forever. We have so much back and forth movement across our borders in this region that we owe it to the refugees to make sure that they can spend their time while they're displaced to the best of their abilities, and that is to be educated. Yesterday we also heard from Sudan, actually it was this morning, we heard from Sudan how the whole education sector needs enhanced financing. As across the board, we just need to improve the quality of education for everybody, not just for refugees, but for the hosting communities as well. And we need to understand that as we commit to improving our education system at national levels, it will support improving education for children across the region. And we can never predict when a family is going to be forced to flee across borders. And so we all have the responsibility to ensure that education is not a barrier for children when they are displaced, because it is something that impacts us all. And so all of this talk around inclusion also led to some questions and comments from the floor asking what concrete steps are countries undertaking to move forward the inclusion agenda beyond creation of an inclusion policy. How is this translated into practice? So I thought we could take some time to discuss the inclusion continuum. Within UNHCR, we really see it as more of a scale, because during an emergency, we focus on delivering assistance and brokering the partnerships that are going to help us to deliver the education that is required for the refugees. Initially, during the emergency phase, we start with a parallel system because the education is predominantly managed by the humanitarian community. Ideally, however, what we want to do is already have hosting countries aligning their policies with the preparation activities that need to be put in place to ensure that as soon as possible, and for our standards within 3 months of displacement, that refugees are receiving a quality education. And so, as we move along the scale towards inclusion, we might see that refugees are having the right to attend national school systems, but perhaps we're not yet seeing access to domestic financing. So the international community is still heavily involved in the process. And then as we increasingly see delivery aligned to the national systems, meaning that refugee children are attending the national schools that are managed by the ministries of education, with teachers that are also embedded into the system through payment processes and in-service training, school materials are being supplied centrally. That's how we can start working towards strengthening the entire system and improving the quality across the board for the refugees and host communities alike. And eventually this inclusion will lead towards the solutions, which is what we were just hearing about in the livelihood session. And this is where when refugees finish school, they also have the right to work, are covered by social safety nets, and domestic financing is being used, and refugees are part and parcel of the national system because they're contributing to that domestic financing as well. Next slide, please. So on this inclusion spectrum, if we had to rate where we are, we also don't have uniformity across the different countries or within a country. In many countries, due to existing policies, refugees who find themselves in urban settings are easily able to access and freely enroll into a national school system because we do have the policies in place where we've heard already that a refugee can simply go to a national school in enroll themselves and start attending. But for refugees who are in camp settings, this inclusion factor looks slightly different. We heard from Kenya yesterday, for example, that children in the camps are following the Kenyan curriculum and are able to sit for a Kenyan exam, but somehow it is still a little bit of a parallel system because the schools are still being predominantly managed and financed by the humanitarian community. And teachers specifically, so the refugee teachers, are not yet part and parcel of that national system where they are managed by the Ministry of Education themselves. So at the bottom of the inclusion scale, we would probably rank the countries, or perhaps I should say the camp settings, where the UN and partners are running either non-formal systems, which is in the case of an immediate emergency, which is what we've been seeing in East Sudan with the Ethiopians who've just crossed over, where they're getting a non-formal education system. And what we want to do is we want to move them across the spectrum as soon as possible, where they can start receiving a formal education, where they can get certification. However, in the middle of the spectrum, even though they're part of the national, or that refugee schools are within the Ministry of Education management system, sometimes we can still see that that the international community still plays a big part of their management. We can also see adoption of the host country curriculum schools registered under the Ministry of Education, and student data being captured into the national education management information systems. And as we move along the spectrum, we also see some government financing, but perhaps teacher salaries are still being supported by the NGOs until we reach full inclusion, which is where refugee children are attending public schools with the same rights and financing as host community children. And so, why is it important to also understand where we are along the inclusion scale? It's because it will help us to make decisions and select which partnerships we want to drive forward to see how do we move to the next stage along the scale. Are our GRF commitments and the Djibouti Declaration commitments enough to move the needle along the scale? Next slide, please. So in line with the Global Compact on Refugees, inclusion in national system achieves several things. And these are all the things that we've been talking about throughout the last day and a half. First of all, we would really like to encourage governments to assume their responsibility for refugee education, ensuring their protection and rights are preserved as well. We need to make sure there's certification of studies, because we know that this can lead to longer-term benefits for all. We need to ensure that we are putting children in a quality learning environment, and this means that we need to ensure that teachers are teaching to the best of their ability and are being supported within the system. So not just hiring teachers who've already received qualifications, but making sure they're supported as they learn new curriculums and new language systems. We need to make sure we're investing in the host community. We cannot forget that we should not just be improving the system for education for refugees, because it impacts everybody who lives around them. And these are also some comments that I've seen from the floor. If we are able to build these inclusive systems where refugee and host communities are together in the schools, it can promote social cohesion. And all of these bullet points will also provide the same benefits if we start this at the onset of an emergency and are prepared to have refugee influxes, because we have policies and systems that are inclusive for all. Next slide, please. So we've also talked about several of the bottlenecks. So despite many of the positive policies that we've heard about yesterday and today, refugees still tend to remain outside of the national education management information systems. So we need to do substantive work to ensure that all schools are coded, that they are grant aided and integrated into the system so that we can start collecting numbers of how many refugee children we have enrolled. We also need to address the challenges of the disaggregation of refugee data without risking some of the protection space that are included when one is identified or as a refugee or not. And I know that this is a big challenge for many of the countries here. But in order for us to comply with the donor requirements, we need to know how their funding is being spent. And when financing is still contingent on international support, how do we report against activities, particularly when activities are not costed in the Ministry of Education sector plans? We also saw this come out strongly in Uganda's presentation, because what is the implementation capacity of the local governments to really support this inclusion agenda and make sure that the policies are put into practice? How can we have predictability of funds? So we all have a role to play as stakeholders to collaborate and ensure that all of our activities are aligned within the national sector plans and the costed budgets. Next slide, please. So what commitments would be required from all of the stakeholders for an inclusion process to succeed? We need to make sure that we have the policies in place, which many of you have already mentioned, but then on top of that, we need to think about what are the institutional arrangements? How are governments delivering from a central level to the local level? How are we communicating what the policies mean, and how can they be put into practice? Within the management and the administration, we talked a little bit about the MS system. So how are we identifying the refugees? How are we looking at the enrollment numbers? What are the payment systems for teachers? Are they equal for refugee teachers to national teachers? Are we accepting the qualifications that refugee teachers bring with them? And how are we comparing these qualifications across the board? And within the planning and programming, how are we looking at the 4-year plan, the 5-year plan, to really move the inclusion continuum scale from where you are now to where we want to be, which is a holistic system that supports education for all. So thank you very much.
Questions? Yeah. Thank you, Clara. You could stay there for a few questions or reflections from the floor. In the absence of the chair, I'm opening the floor for reflections. Member states first, and then any other participant. IGAD also. Yes, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm very impressed by the presentation, and especially the spectrum. At what level does the government of the host country get involved in the refugee training? In most of the camps which I know, when people go to a country, it is the individuals from among the refugees who actually take part in the teaching initially. And progressively, as they go along, then the government becomes involved at a certain stage. And even in the payment of the staff, it is the NGOs, like we were saying earlier, which are usually involved. So at what level do the governments actually get involved? To me, I think the involvement of governments is very minimal initially. Might be after 10 years, 20 years, like in the case of Kakuma, that the governments become involved. Whereas in the case of Uganda, there had been schools where the teachers were entirely from from Uganda. It might be because the people who went there were minors. No elders were going there, and so it is different from country to country. When does the government become involved in that spectrum? Thank you very much.
And you have the floor. Sudan, are you taking the floor? That side is.
Yes. Oops.
Yes. Again, from Sudan, Commission of Freeze, ask about withdrawal of course, of core. Thank you.
I think she was asking what's the role of CORE, so what's the role of the ministry involved with refugee affairs versus what's the role of the Ministry of Education? Is that correct?
You can repeat.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. I like the question you posed towards the end of your presentation, that where do member states need assistance in order to fulfill the dream of inclusion. I think for Ugandan case, my colleagues may add, but we've been looking at this vocational training. And I think one member in the morning session posed the question, where do we have the biggest challenge in terms of inclusion? Is it in the lower levels of education or secondary, vocational, and the other tertiary institutions? I think in Uganda the biggest challenge is post-secondary education, where we find these vocational studies and joining the university. So I think if we can have support in terms of equipments for vocational training and infrastructure development, that would push a long way. For primary, we are doing fairly well. For secondary, we are at 50-50. But for tertiary, we are doing very badly in terms of expansion of the facilities and in terms of acquiring equipments. As my colleague said during the presentation, these equipments are very expensive. We have institutions, but most of them are not well furnished or equipped with these modern equipments. So I think that would be a recommendation we would put forward as you asked toward the end of your presentation. But my colleague has something to add.
Thank you so much, Chair and the presenter from UNHCR. Two comments. One, we did see from one of the first slides that the refugees are basically in schools that are located in settlements and others outside the settlements. But specifically, I wanted to point out that there are those who can afford on their own, so they always find their own education in the institutions of their choice. So we cannot forget about that cohort. But sometimes when they afford, say, for the basic and secondary education, then they need support in the tertiary. And I think we need to keep track of some of those. It's a possibility. Then secondly, I've seen that there is where some issues are not put into the costed work plans. I think this could be one of the cases in our situation. Yes, there is a very broad range of activities that we have loved to put into the work plans, into the sector plans for the ministries of education. But as we all know, the issues are they are very, very many, and we choose the basic priorities to start with. And after that, then we can see the others. Actually, we prioritize those which we feel they are a must. Accessing, getting to school is a must, really. First, then having teachers is a must. Then having scholastic material is a must, and a few others. It's not that we deliberately leave them out, but we really want to deal with the first critical priorities. Maybe now that we have a new response plan being formulated, we're now going to add on to add on 2 areas. We're going to add in the ECD and the vocational, as my colleague has indicated. But post-primary is an area really where there's a lot of support needed. We are now at 13% for refugee in secondary schools, which is really very, very low compared to the national average of about 23%. Thank you.
Madam Pater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And also let me thank and also congratulate the representative from the UNHCR for the excellent presentation on the inclusion for refugees. Inclusion for refugees actually is an important component for IGAD. And as you have rightly said, most of our member states have committed in New York to provide the basic rights for education for all refugees. And this is why also as a regional economic community, as the IGAD, we have been the first rec who have to domesticate this policy. So what I want to say is as a recommendation and for also from IGAD, in terms of policy, it's important that IGAD also could come up with a regional policy on inclusion for refugees that will be actually aligned with the national policy on inclusion for refugees. We don't understand, member states, all of them might not have a national policy on inclusion for refugees, but this is also where we can work with the member state to have the national policies, respectively in the 8 countries, and also at regional level to come up with a regional framework for the policy on inclusion for refugees. Inclusion for refugees, actually, into the action national plan, this is also the basic rights for all refugees. We just has actually a meeting, regional meeting on the health, where also IGAD were advocating with the member state that refugees and IDPs and all these segment returnees to be included in their national plan. And also what we can also know and report, already our respective government and ministries have already included in the national plan to provide the basic right of health for refugees, returnees, and also others. So the same also will apply for education, and this is also where as the IGAD we are here to advocate and also work with our member state and come up with a clear regional policy on the inclusion for refugees. We'll work with our member state and also with the partners to implement it. But before, of course, definitely there is a need to make an assessment to see also where we are and how also we can formulate this policy. I think this would be a task. The other one is, I think regarding, it was just, the institutional arrangement. Institutional arrangement, we do understand that at the national level, this is led and by the Minister of Education in the respective countries in coordination and collaborations, of course, with the other sectors, including also UNHCR. At the regional level, also we have the committee of ministers in charge of the educations, also working with the IGAD secretariat to actually work and implement this policy. It's just to commodity to air, but just I would like to thank you and thank you again, and we look forward how we can work on this important agenda. Thank you.
Chair, you are here and will take care of the next session. I am asking for the floor. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much, UNHCR, Clara, for the wonderful presentation on inclusion. I would like to inform this August House that UNHCR is leading the inclusion component of the Djibouti Declaration, and that's why we jointly report, IGAD and UNHCR. So even if you don't see me there, this is the joint reporting. That's number one. I would like to challenge UNHCR, very friendly, that the Djibouti Declaration and the Nairobi process are joint products of our collaboration. In fact, with other partners. But I would like to emphasize that the education component of the Djibouti Declaration or the Nairobi process has not benefited much from your inputs, other than the technical one. So we need capacity development. I think I'm demanding more as a partner. We need capacity development support. We need technical support, and then we need financial support. And I want you to take this message back to Nairobi and maybe to Geneva that we have done a lot, but we still expect more from our partnership. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for those comments. And maybe I can start with the first comment from the floor, which was around at what stage do governments get involved in refugee education? And as I mentioned, the government should be involved right from the start. This is the reason why in education in emergencies, we have the preparation phase. The preparation phase is about all of the advocacy and policy making that we do in case an influx is going to happen. So as we do our continuous conflict and situational analysis, and when we know that there might be a movement across borders, we've already pre-positioned everything we need to put in place. And so there shouldn't be a scenario where at the onset, the Ministry of Education is not involved. They should already be sitting around the table as soon as the Refugee Education Working Group is created for a new influx. They should already be providing their input into, what curriculum can we use? How can we provide textbooks? How can we provide teachers to help support the response? And so that we're really working in a collaborative manner so that the response isn't 100% on the NGOs or the UN partners in place, but that we are already getting the voice of the host government, who is going to be able to support us in making sure that as soon as possible the refugee children are sitting in an accredited national system where they're following the curriculum of the host community. And this is really a key part of our inclusion agenda, where we need to get rid of the parallel systems and are making sure that children are in the national system right from the start. I think there was a question around what is the role of the ministries who are involved in refugee affairs versus the technical line ministry. So the policies and everything that governs the policy environment of where refugees are, whether it's an encampment policy or whether they're in a settlement or whether they're allowed to live in urban areas, and what their rights are, is all governed by what is discussed at the Ministry of Refugee Affairs. Where the technical line government comes in is everything to do with quality. So when we're discussing the curriculum, when we're discussing teacher management, teacher payments, this is all under the remit of the Ministry of Education, because if we want refugees to be included into the national system, and the national system, the schools are managed by the Ministry of Education, then naturally the counterpart when we're talking about education needs and activities will be with the Ministry of Education. But everything is done through a coordinated response, and we cannot have a discussion with one without including the other. So I hope that answers your question. Where are the biggest challenges at what level? I believe there was a question from Uganda. And I think that you're correct. We've done a really big effort when it comes to primary education. And we can see that the enrollment rates at primary education are quite high across the board. I think we mentioned during our opening statements yesterday, on average it's about 60% in this region. But that drops down to about 20% when it comes to secondary education. So if we're having such a huge dropout rate, where are we going wrong? Is it because children are not managing to qualify to enter secondary school, or is it simply that we don't have enough secondary schools to absorb all the children who are graduating from the primary level? So we do need to have more investments in infrastructure, in the science labs, in the engineering labs, or whatever it is that we are providing at secondary level, because you mentioned that the biggest challenge is actually at tertiary level, but if we're already only providing 20% of students at secondary level, then obviously our dropout rate when it comes to tertiary education is going to be even lower. And then what tends to happen is that primary education is free, sometimes secondary education is free, but tertiary education is always paid. And so we need to have scholarships, because that's the only way that students will be able to afford the tuition fees, either for TVET colleges or even universities. And so until we have a free education system from early childhood development until TVET or university, we're always going to have this financing problem, and we're always going to have this technical problem where we don't have enough schools at the secondary level and enough of the requirements of a higher education level, just because we need more. In a primary school, we can make do with textbooks, a blackboard, and a teacher. At secondary school, suddenly we need to have a lot more equipment in place, and it becomes more expensive. I think I've addressed all of the comments, except for the last one from IGAD, where it says we just need more support across the board. I believe UNHCR has been working very, very closely with all of the ministries of education that are present here. I believe you must all be working closely with my counterparts at country level, who are constantly working to support and build capacity and help out where needed, to ensure that we're able to provide what is needed in order to take us to the next stage of quality education. And I believe that we have a very good working relationship with IGAD as well. And as I mentioned, we have ECW in the room here. We have good relationships with World Bank funding. We've spoken about this. And I think if we can come together with a comprehensive and collective plan for how at a regional level we bring together this inclusion agenda, then we can take it to the next stage. Thank you. I'm going to step down because I think we're going to the next stage.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me. The next session is about teacher training. We have three country presentations and one overall regional level overview of the teacher training. I'm advised by both the chair and the director that we go for coffee. We come back very quickly, see how much we can receive after coffee, and then we finish the presentations tomorrow very early morning. So would that make sense? We go for coffee now, we grab our coffee and come back, and then receive the overall presentation.
How many minutes?
The coffee.
No, now.
The coffee.
Say coffee, 15, and then the presentation.
Yeah, 15 minutes for coffee, colleagues. And then...
when we come back, how much?
1 hour.
How long?
It should be 1 hour.
1 hour should finish the whole thing then.
Yeah, okay. Professor. Chair, we seek your permission.
Please. I mean, this is very interesting, a lifelong chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates. Welcome back from the coffee break. Thank you again for your patience. These are very long days, but very worthy ones. We would like to introduce a very landmark initiative of IGAD called the IGAD Teacher Training Program. This is a collaborative initiative between IGAD and the government of Germany through GIZ and implemented by a very well-established international consulting firm called Particip. We had this initiative back in 2019. In fact, actually, we were thinking about it since the adoption of the Djibouti Declaration, and more particularly so since the adoption of the IGAD regional TVET strategy. In 2019, we started the conversation and the preparation, but COVID came in. We temporarily suspended some of the activities, but continued the paperwork, and we managed to finalize the paperwork during 2020. And we initiated the actual program in February 2021 this year. We had a series of national consultations in the pilot countries, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda. That was a very important step because we had to create common understanding and build consensus on the importance of training teachers as part of the implementation of the Djibouti Declaration. The national consultations brought stakeholders from each country, Ministry of Education, the National Refugee Agency, the TVET agencies, and also partners, humanitarian and development. And that actually provided a very important opportunity to understand and also chart the way forward through a consultative process. And in each country, a national coordination mechanism was established. I think the experts will tell us later. And that helped us to prepare the ground for the teacher training program. And that included that consultation, basic consultation, and also the needs assessment. They conducted needs assessment. Those needs assessment were translated into modules prepared, and then we had launched the training in August in the different countries, in the 3 countries. Then since August, we had rounds of training sessions in 3 countries, 6 institutions, 6 locations, with special focus on regions and communities that host refugees. And this training has generated a lot of interest, a lot of excitement. In some of the countries we had to deny people, but when we did so, they were crying. And then we had to accommodate those people that are considered as above the ceiling number. So we managed to bring in more than the target. And in this regard, I'd like to thank on behalf of IGAD, I'd like to thank the government of Germany in particular GIZ and our colleagues here on this table, Madam Kokobe Aile Gabriel, the team leader, and then Ms. Milena, who had been very instrumental for the technical preparation and support and launching and running of the program. I would like to stop here, give the floor to Kokobe to just give us a few highlights.
Thank you, Dr. Kabeda. Thank you, Chair. From my end, I actually really remember one day when we had a migration program planning meeting in Tajora, and Dr. Kabeda had just come back from Bidi Bidi camp. And I think he had been talking to the government of Uganda, and he was imploring us, saying, we need to do something in this area. So many things, Dr. Kabeda's efforts on implementing the Djibouti Declaration go a long way. This was also an idea and thinking that came actually from field visits in refugee settings in various member states that he had conducted. I think it was in 2018 actually. 2018. So from that, we are here today, and I'm really happy that we are here. Also, I welcome the team from Particip. And I think also that we heard also today that secondary education is 50-50 from Uganda, and then we're really bad at tertiary education. But why we also chose secondary education teachers from secondary education is that those are the ones that would feed into tertiary education. So if the secondary education is not well done, then tertiary education will definitely be not well done. So in that sense, also looking at other projects from GIZ in countries of IGAD in member states, lots of them are on Tibet. We intentionally did not first go for that, but said, we need to support the inputs, in a sense. We need to make sure that people, the kids are educated in a way that would enable them to reach higher for higher education. I really do not want to talk very much today because we are, as I said, short of time. And I'll just hand over to Milena, who's been really instrumental in supporting the whole process on GIZ side. Milena.
Thank you, Dr. Kebede and Coco. I will also say, not take too much time of you. The teacher training, as you heard, we trained around 300 secondary school teachers in Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda, as Kebede has mentioned. And the modules are in pedagogy, psychological skills, life skills, and ICT. And I've also heard from member states today and yesterday that professional teacher training and continuous skills development is very important for quality education, and it's really what this initiative was supposed to do, to increase the quality of secondary school education. And this is also very much aligned to the Djibouti Declaration and its plan of action. And also the regional education policy framework that you see in front of you, that IGAD has drafted. And also, as mentioned already by Coco, the secondary education hasn't received enough awareness. So we thought we are really targeting this area with this initiative. And I also hear that ICT is very important. So this is also showing the specialty of this training. What came out as well is the challenge to not having parallel systems, and this was some specialty of this training, that it was really taken together with the Ministry of Education and National Teacher Training Institutions from day one. So they have been involved throughout the implementation, and Particip will tell you a little bit more how they have done the procedures. So that was really particular of this training, that Ministry of Education have been included and have been the owner of this initiative. So, and I'm also happy that I hear that Annette, the Director of Teacher Training at the Ministry of Education and Sports in Uganda, is also with us today, and she will also tell us a little bit of the experience from Uganda. What is also the second aspect that is very special is that it's a regional approach. So, as mentioned, it has been implemented in Uganda, Ethiopia, and Sudan. And this has really increased also the learning between the different countries. For example, in the curriculum development, they have exchanged the material, or like the model material and teaching material between the countries and taken the best of each. And even though it can be a little bit challenging to have like a harmonized regional approach, but also to really have like the local peculiarities or like the local context in vision, I think it was well done to have like both aspects in it. So we also have done a video, but unfortunately I was not able to download it because of really weak internet connection in Kempinski today. So we will show it just tomorrow. So I hand over, I think it's Moses, right?
Yeah, it's Moses. We have now national coordinators from the two countries, Ethiopia and Uganda. Unfortunately, the overall regional coordinator, Ms. Deborah Haynes, and another coordinator from Sudan, Mr. Musa, didn't feel well and couldn't travel. So the regional perspective will be presented by Mr. Moses Leviticus, and the national experience, if time allows us, could be presented by both Moses and Mr. Kefialo for Ethiopia and Ahmed for Uganda, who is presenting for Sudan. Okay, so will be covered, but that maybe the national experience may be presented tomorrow. Today we could focus on the regional level. So Moses, I'll Sudan. Okay, sorry, you will present, eh? No, most welcome, sir. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know. Okay, we have Sudan also represented, and they will present. So now I think we go, Chair, with your permission, we go to the overall presentation of the regional approach to the IGAD teacher training initiative.
Good evening, honorable delegates. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the presentation on the Regional Teacher Training Initiative, a project that is funded with the general support from GIZ. As mentioned, this project targets secondary school teachers who are teaching the refugee settlements and host communities in the 3 IGAD member states of Uganda, Sudan, and Ethiopia. There is no question about this. I think it is a good consensus that when you want to talk about the quality education, you cannot remove quality teachers from the equation. That's also what we have seen in the regional education framework under IGAD, and we also believe that this is one of the resources that we have critical, particularly for schools in the refugee settlements. So quality teachers is one of the key ingredients for quality education. This is how our presentation is going to run. We'll be able to give a quick overview in terms of the background, an introduction about the project. We also walk you through the training needs assessment, what were the process, what were the findings. We also take you through the training curriculum development, what are we using and how was it developed. and we also share with you what is happening in the last 8 months of this project in the 3 countries of Sudan, Uganda, and Ethiopia, and we shall also be able to share what we have seen as the way forward in terms of the actions and the recommendations. I have talked about this, that this project targets the secondary school teachers who are in the refugee settlements. Madam Koke talked about why the focus on secondary education. The rationale was that we have realized that there was huge investments by partners targeting primary educations, and secondary education was somehow not in the equation. Therefore, it seems it was a left-out sector. So there was a huge focus to ensure that we support secondary teachers. I made mention that this project is currently in 3 countries, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Sudan. The intervention areas are the 2 settlements in each of the countries. In Uganda, we are piloting this intervention in West Nile and Southwest Uganda, covering about 5 settlements clustered together. In Sudan, we are in 3 regional states, in White Nile, Kassala, and Gaderif. In Ethiopia, we are in Dolado and Gambela. So the focus is to target 100 teachers in each of the 3 countries. So we have been able to target those 100 teachers. We also use a lot of experience and lessons from the 3 countries to help us forge a way in terms of how we deliver this intervention. Again, it is a pilot project for 1 year, which we are running until next year around March and April. I want to emphasize the effort and the contribution from the Ministry of Education of the 3 states. They have been the drivers for this project. They are taking part in all the planning, monitoring, and implementation. Therefore, it enables us to be able to start on a very good note. We're also implementing this project together with the national teacher training institutions, because we know secondary education teacher training is a mandate of the national teacher training colleges, and therefore this project sits within the mandate of the national teacher training colleges. We undertook assessment to be able to enable us to identify the key priority needs, where are the gaps, and how can this project be able to fulfill some of those gaps. The assessment led us into the identification of the needs, as well as enable us to develop the materials for capacity building, and we have been able to pilot or do a test run for those modules to see how effective they are and whether it can be customized at each of the national levels. We want to note that these interventions and the module that we developed is a regional material, is a regional curricula that have been rigorously validated by the 3 member states, the training institutions, and they were able to know and accept that this can work in the context, and that led us into the actual teacher training. That is the brief overview of the processes, and some of the presentation we are going to have will cut across all those areas. And I'm glad I want to call upon Mr. Kafeli, who is our national coordinator for Ethiopia, to walk us through what have been the training needs assessment, what have been the findings, and what are some of the key methodologies that we employed in the assessment. We'll give you about 6 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kafalo Ayano. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm a partnership project coordinator as well as a trainer. This initiative is really the practical one on the ground. Among the many factors that contribute to the quality of education, one is teachers training. So it's an IGAD initiative to respond to the objectives of Djibouti Declaration. So there are, before just conducting the training on any subject, just we did a kind of need assessment. There are several factors that made this needs assessment a bit unique and special. One is it is a first of its kind in terms of developing the same tool for all the three countries. And it was also led by Ministry of Education. Many partners also joined us during the assessment. It was a wonderful mix of NGOs, UN agencies, teacher training colleges, and also schools. So this assessment is really a mix of different partners, and also we have contact across all the three countries virtually in sharing experience, in discussing how to go about it. So this assessment is just, it is not a business as usual, it is a bit unique. So when the main objective of the assessment is to assess the capacity gaps and identify the training needs of refugee and host community teachers, and also identify common challenges across all the three countries. The location of the assessment as well as the target areas is identified by Ministry of Education. The duration of the training is just 10 days in each country. It is between April and May. The assessment was conducted between April and May 2021. The key informants were students, refugee students and host community students, teachers, head teachers, district education officials, trainers from teacher training colleges. So we used the regional teacher training colleges as a center for our training. So the assessment team was led by Ministry of Education, teacher training institutions, with support from UNCHR core in Sudan, in Ethiopia, UNCHR, ARA, and DICAC, supported by Project National Experts. I think ARA, I heard recently it's become, the name is changed to RRS. Before it was called ARA. Next. The number of teachers who complete the questionnaire, we distribute questionnaire in Ethiopia to 70 teachers from both host community and the refugees. In Sudan, 38, and Uganda, 158. We distribute to a total of 266 secondary school teachers. When we come to school management, in school management, about 108 school management are participated. It is head teacher at school, department head, and the unit leaders were considered as a management group. Next. Next. Well, students, in total, 688 students were also participated in focus group discussion. Next. Yeah, the assessment methods we have conducted. One, we distributed the questionnaire to secondary school teachers, and focus group discussion for students, and the key informant interview for head teachers and the district education officials. The sampling method we used is purposely because we target a different group, and also when we distribute the questionnaire, it is just accidental. We asked any teacher who has no class, just any teacher is involved. We didn't do like random kind of sampling. If we did that, one, it takes longer time, and also maybe we will interrupt the teaching learning process. That is why we use just accidental kind of sampling. Next. The picture you saw is a focus group discussion with students and the teachers. This is in Ethiopia. The first one is discussion with the students, and the second one is discussion, focus group discussion with teachers. Next. This is key informant interview. The first one is in Uganda, discussing is a focus group, a key informant interview with head teacher. And the second one is in Dolo Ado, is with teacher training college. The main findings of the assessment were similar training needs are shared across all the 3 countries. Little evidence of learner-centered teaching method or active method was observed, and the challenging teaching and the learning conditions. There is large class and limited infrastructures in school, and few teaching and learning resources. These were identified during the assessment. High level of need and the demand for training, for secondary school teachers training, because most of the teachers, in particularly in refugee setting, they are not graduate from teacher training institution. Just they may come from applied science or any other field, so they need training on pedagogy and methodology and other subjects. So the other is female teachers are underrepresented in secondary schools. There are very limited teachers, particularly in Ethiopia and Uganda. We find also one head teacher, female head teacher in Uganda and Ethiopia, so it is very meager number. There is also regular supervision, mentorship and coaching provided by different actors. Then who should be trained? How can we select those teachers for the training? This is what it means there. Teachers with minimum of 2 years of teaching experience. Those teachers who have not received similar training in the past 5 years. Promote gender balance. Female teachers without teaching experience during the pre-service training. Highly committed and motivated teachers in schools. And those teachers who are performing well in schools, and those teachers who have at least less than 2 years before retirement. This is a criteria to select those teachers from the school. The selection is done not only by head teacher, but also by district, RRS, DICAC, UNHCR. These were involved during the selection of the teachers, because the teachers mentioned sometimes the head teachers are biased to some of their friends. Just to avoid this, what we did is we included different sectors, stakeholders in selecting the teachers. Next. The criteria of training modality promotes the training that promotes sustainability in building the local partnership among stakeholders. One is this, that helps to develop the capacity of teacher training colleges, because it is we used the teacher training colleges in the regions, so that would develop the capacity of teacher training colleges. It should be replicated, adapted, and scalable within the mainstreaming training approach. Demonstrate how teachers are continually motivated, supported, and encouraged. It is a path leading to certified qualification, and the mode of delivery we selected is face-to-face training approach. That is the mode of delivery selected. This is the curriculum. How we develop the curriculum? The curriculum is different modules. We were planning to include one, teacher's manual, second, facilitator guide, third, slides for the training, indicators, and different complementing materials were also prepared. How these materials are prepared? First, there was analysis of the assessment findings. We depend on assessment findings and identify common for all the three countries, which are main priorities. We also involve sharing the findings with Ministry of Education and the local stakeholders. Well, we didn't do as expert alone. We did this with Ministry of Education. And also agreeing on priority subject themes. Which topics have to be included? Which ones are prioritized based on the needs assessment? That is what it means. Next. The themes identified are, one is pedagogy, psychosocial support, life skills, and ICT skills. These four themes are prioritized during the selection of the topics. Next. Well, how it is synthesized and harmonized? National teacher training colleges shared existing materials. We asked just to know what these national teacher training colleges are. We asked them the pedagogy, psychosocial support, life skills, and ICT materials. We collected and then submitted to the international module developers. Materials collected and synthesized into regional modules. Mostly what we find is they have pedagogy materials, but they don't have life skills, psychosocial, and ICT materials. It's very limited, the colleges themselves, the existing colleges. So now it is very resource and added value to the college. These materials are now developed, they are in our hand. The other is National Teacher Training College in all the three countries reviewed and approved the modules. Then after the modules developed by international module developers, then we submitted to the teacher training college so that they can review, add something to it, or just reduce irrelevant things from the module. Then we send back to the international module developers. That is how the modules are developed. The topics, the specific topics under pedagogy includes code of conduct, positive behavior, both for students and the teachers, not only students. Organizing classroom, how do classrooms should be organized. Administration, registration, and the student attendance. Teaching and the learning resources, what resources should be used in classroom. Diversity and the differentiation. Learner-centered or active teaching methods. Effective communication. Lesson plan preparation. Teaching large classroom. Professional development. These were specific topics under pedagogy, under psychosocial support. Understanding well-being in general. What is well-being? Specifically, psychosocial support strategies in classroom. How can teachers support those students who are stressed and distressed? Recognizing and describing stress, distress management, dealing with stress, mindfulness for students and teachers, positive communication, reviewing action plans. The school should have action plan, how to review those action plans when they implement. Under life skills, time management, self-awareness and self-esteem, coping with emotions, empathy, critical thinking, collaboration skills, conflict management, negotiation skills, interpersonal skills, creativity and innovation, financial management, problem solving and entrepreneurship. These topics were included under life skills. ICT, understanding of ICT needs, diversity and differentiation, basic Microsoft skills, research, education resources, ICT administration, student and learning record, IT for lesson planning, social media and teaching, email. These include under this, there is window basics, word processing, internet, and spreadsheet. These are the big modules under ICT. We have already completed conducting training on 3 teams, on pedagogy, psychosocial support, and the life skills. Next. The module, now the training started, as I mentioned earlier, the assessment was between April and May. Starting from May up to August, it was module development period. And starting from August, the training is underway till now. What we did is, first they will take training, then they go to school, they teach, they practice what they trained, and then they come back and report on that during the second round training. Then it is training, practice, training, practice. It goes like that. The other is certification of teacher training. Maybe the certification will be by Ministry of Education and IGAD. This is what we expect when the training is completed in February. Next. Yeah, country experiences. Okay. Next. The country experience, just I go fast through this. It's Ethiopia country experience. Achievements to date during this training, major challenges, lesson learned, and sustainability. This is the picture you saw is in Dolado. It is very hot, and the one who did the opening speech is Dolado Teacher Training College Dean. Next, the achievement is. The target is 100 teachers for each country. In Ethiopia, about 106 of them are trained, but recently 2 of them dropped out. 1 joined another agency, the other go for his second degree. That means in total, still today, we have 104 secondary school teachers under training. The regions already is mentioned, is Gambela and Somali region, that is selected by Minister of Education. The training need assessment is 2 training needs assessment conducted in those regions, 2 test run workshops. This is very important. When we before conducting the training, we had 5 days test run with facilitators and the trainers on each module. So they practice on each module, and then after that they conduct the training. The one you observe is this is while the test run is at Bango. The picture you saw is this is in Gambela. They practice. The trainers themselves practice on those topics. The other is modules, 3 modules completed, and the manuals, indicators, guidelines, and the others are contextualized. We didn't take as it is. It is contextualized to the reality of the country by the teacher training colleges. Next. 3 out of 4 rounds training is completed. The picture you saw is in Gambela. Training is evaluated through pre-test and the post-test. We do not start conducting training immediately. What we have done is we gave them pre-test. Then after training is completed at end, we gave them the same question post-test. As we have observed, after post-test, almost more than 90%, 95%, they improved the result, the result during the pre-test. So this is very good indicator. Involvement of local stakeholders in the design and delivery of teacher training, the support from UNCHR, RRS, DICAC, was very helpful during the assessment. We used them as a focal person in the regions. So it is through this channel that we can communicate to teachers so that they come for training in the regions. High degree of visibility during the, okay, this is when we opened the, initially when we opened the training, there was media broadcasts by governments and as well as private media, so there was big visibility, positive feedback from trainers and trainees. They are very much happy about the training. Both the trainers, they like the materials, and the material is very rich and comprehensive. Next. This is participation and the group work. This, the first picture is in Gambela, and the second one is in Dolo-Ado. While they are participating in group work, the one who is standing there is a facilitator. Next. This is the first, this is group discussion and presentation. The first one is in Gambela, and the second one is in Dolo-Ado. Next. Major challenges. Sometimes there is a kind of conflict, particularly faced in Gambela, and then we are forced to change the venue. Harsh climate condition, because these two regions are very hot. The climate is very hot, and it was very difficult to conduct the training in the afternoon. In the morning it's okay, but in the afternoon it's very difficult to conduct the training. But we have 50-something, 54 in Gambela. We divide them into two classrooms. It's not in one classroom. So we divided them 26, 27 in different classes, and we have conducted more to be done with policy to ensure full engagement and employment of refugee teachers. As mentioned this morning, there is good opportunity to include them. There are different rumors I have heard in different places. Now it's good if that policy is initiated and implemented. That is very nice. Gender equity, fewer female teachers participated as compared to male teachers. In Gambela we have 15 female teachers. In Dolo-Ado we had only 2. After discussing with GIZ, with Particip, then we added 4 more female teachers. And now we are in Dolo-Ado we have 6 female teachers out of 15. And in Gambela we have 15 out of 54. So this were the challenge. Next. Lesson learned, the test run was very important, and to build the confidence of the trainers. It was very good to go through the document. They know the document, what is in the document. So it was very helpful. And also early communication with the partners, with trainees themselves, help for smooth planning and increased participation. The other is flexible approach to address the conflict. Close follow-up and a flexible approach help increase participation of some female teachers. Face-to-face training is helpful to build important connection across regions. For this is, we have, for instance, we have Telegram group. We have Telegram group. I put all the documents on the Telegram. Then all the trainees can access from that. And also they can communicate. Now, they started communicating between Dolo-Ado and the Gambela now, even they know themselves. I included also the trainers so that they can ask the question they feel on that platform. So this is very, very helpful. And the Telegram is, now they communicate, even when I have the next training, I said from this up to this day, it is training, you will come to this place on this day, and then the training is between this day. Then they can see that one and attend the training, so that that platform is really made my life easy. So it is a very good one. Next, sustainability. Trainers from teacher training have been active and supportive. The trainers themselves, they engage themselves, they are punctual, they come on time because we have discussed this to be modern, because they train teachers, secondary school teachers, they should be a model for the other teachers. They come early, they are punctual. This is very good initiative, and it is one of that contribute to sustainability. Readiness of teacher training colleges to integrate the training themselves module in their curriculum. The teacher training colleges are happy, particularly on the psychosocial support and the life skills. They are thinking to include in their curriculum and using it. The Ministry of Education has underlined also the importance of training until the full integration of the refugee education into the national education system. So the Ministry of Education, when we conduct the training, at least one person from Ministry of Education will will travel with me to both regions. I do not go alone. I'm working closely with Ministry of Education. Next. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Kafeli. As we welcome the Sudan presentation, I just want to note that, Chair, it would be good if we can share the report. The assessment report is loaded with a lot of findings, which will be very critical for the partners and the member states to be able to look through and see how far this training has come based on the needs that were identified. Sudan, we want to welcome you. If you could save us some time and fix your presentation in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, through your permission, I think we are almost 6 p.m. and also we are losing concentration. And this is an important topic that we really will not to come and contribute. May I suggest that we continue tomorrow? Thank you.
Supported.
Well, I think this is very interesting because I could sense what the support you got, and I myself completely agree to this suggestion because people are really getting a little bit exhausted. So,
even that we'll be having tomorrow morning and all the time actually to have our contribution. It's a very important topic that really all of us need to contribute. And just because I might not be in the morning here, because I'm also attending another event function in one of the sites for a launching of an investment for refugees, a window. Just to comment, one, you have a pilot community project in 3 countries. What happened with the 4 countries? Because we have Djibouti, Somalia, Kenya, and South Sudan. I think it's very important. Please, if you can put also in the next committee come. The other one, I was also looking also the training for the refugees teacher, but I was happy to see the presentation was there. But I think you have mentioned that there was issue with the policy. If you can also let us know as the IGAD how we can also support, because the involvement, the engagement of the teacher or refugee teachers is very important and crucial. Thank you, and over to you.
I think...
and congratulations to all the team. Thank you.
Well, I think if we agree, that's the thing should be postponed, because I noticed that people are not ready to continue, and it's really very unfair to continue at the moment. So I should thank everybody. And all has been a very interesting day for nice presentations, fruitful ideas, and I hope all of us, we will come tomorrow in new spirits. Thank you so much. Mr. Kennedy. Sorry to overrule you. Okay, thank you. I think
Yes, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Emang lah sama.